The 15th of October, 2018 was just a few minutes before midnight. The autumn air was biting, sharp, and frosty, and the rolling countryside was completely swallowed up by an absolute, suffocating darkness. This was all taking place deep within the quiet, isolated, rural outskirts of Ballen, Wisconsin. Inside a humble family home with a single story that was tucked away off a quiet country road, Jamie Kloss, who was 13 years old at the time, was sound asleep. She was curled up in her bed next to her cherished dog Molly and felt warm. It was supposed to be a typical Sunday night, completely unremarkable, and the quiet prelude to a typical week of 8th grade middle school classes. However, things turned out differently than expected. However, all of a sudden, the delicate silence that prevailed during the midnight hour was completely shattered. In an instant, Molly's ears became perked up, her posture became rigid, and she began to bark frantically into the void. It was a low, fiercely urgent warning that violently jolted Jamie out of her deep sleep. As the young girl cautiously made her way out from under her warm blankets, she cautiously made her way over to the window, pulled back the curtain, and peered out into the pitch-black yard. An unfamiliar and unidentified vehicle, a dark Ford Taurus that had not been washed, had just rolled onto the gravel property a short distance down in the driveway. Its headlights were completely turned off, and its engine was idling in a low, sinister hum. It was sitting there in the darkness like a ghost waiting in the shadows. When Jamie was in a state of panic, her heart was pounding against her ribs, and she ran straight down the hallway to her parents' bedroom in an attempt to wake them up from their sleep. Within a matter of seconds, the tranquil and rhythmic routine of this American family living in a small town was violently and irrevocably disrupted. During the time that her mother, Denise, was frantically pulling Jamie into the bathroom, her father, James, grabbed a heavy flashlight and stepped out into the hallway. He then headed toward the front door to investigate the unannounced visitor. They made a desperate attempt to conceal themselves by barricading the door to the bathroom with a heavy wooden dresser, stepping into the porcelain bathtub, and pulling the thick shower curtain against the wall. In their ignorance, they were unaware that this was not a random robbery, nor was it a straightforward home invasion that went wrong. It was something much more sinister, an unthinkable malice that was tailored specifically for their child. That was the source of the horror that was unfolding on their doorstep to begin with. It is a stark and haunting reminder that sometimes the most monstrous evils walking this earth have no human logic, no predictable warning signs, and absolutely no reason at all. The terrifying and unvarnished truth behind what happened inside that house during those critical moments is a reminder of this fact. It is necessary to look beyond the bloodstains and examine the life that the Kloss family led prior to that fateful October night in order to have a complete comprehension of how this waking nightmare could have started. The members of this family did not have any hidden enemies, dangerous secrets, shady financial dealings, or messy personal entanglements. James and Denise Kloss were two people who had spent decades working at a local turkey processing plant in the area where they earned an honest living through physical labor. They were ordinary people who had deeply settled for themselves and worked very hard. A shy and remarkably sweet-natured 13-year-old girl with striking blonde hair and bright green eyes, Jamie was their absolute world and the center of their universe. She was the subject of their entire universe. In addition to being a talented dancer who spent hours practicing her routines, she was also a fiercely loyal and gentle friend who cherished her dog, her family, and the predictable quiet of her rural home. She was an honor student at her school. It was simply not the case that people lived in a state of fear in a town as small as Ballen, where the local population barely scratches the surface of a few thousand residents. Neighbors were familiar with each and every person who lived on their street, keys were frequently left in the ignitions of their vehicles overnight, and front doors were left completely unlocked during the day. Because they were shielded from the chaos that existed in the wider world, the Kloss family led a life that was uncomplicated, tranquil, and beautifully predictable. This beautiful predictability, however, was completely and utterly shattered just 3 days prior to the attack, and it was all due to a completely random, casual, and 3-second encounter that took place on a public road. A man named Jake Patterson, who was 21 years old at the time, was driving his old Ford Taurus down a rural country road on a crisp and clear morning in October. He was on his way to work at a local cheese factory for the 3rd day in a row. He had no criminal record at all, no history of erratic or violent behavior, and not a single red flag on his record, with the exception of a minor parking ticket from the previous year that he had not paid. He was completely unnoticeable to the general public. But everything in his world changed as his car came to a stop behind a yellow school bus that had stopped to flash its red stoplights. His car had come to a mechanical stop behind the school bus. As Jake looked up through the dusty windshield of his vehicle, he noticed Jamie Kloss stepping onto the shuttle. To each other, they did not exchange a single word of conversation. She didn't turn around to look at his vehicle. She was completely unaware of his existence. On the other hand, during that precise instant, a switch that was dark, inexplicable, and profoundly malevolent flipped inside the depths of his mind. Later, seasoned investigators would be chilled to their very bone by his written confession, where he stated with terrifying detachment that the very moment he laid eyes on her, he told himself, "That is the girl I am going to take." There was no underlying motive, no prior stalking behavior, no digital footprint of obsession, and absolutely no connection to her or her family. On a Friday morning, it was a random spark of pure evil that sparked an obsession that was sudden, predatory, and deeply psychotic. It was born out of nothing at all. After a chaotic and garbled 911 call that had ended in a muffled and horrifying scream, the local police finally arrived at the rural Kloss home. When they arrived, they walked straight into a complete and utter bloodbath. James Kloss was discovered lying dead just inside the shattered front entryway. His body had been torn apart by a devastating shotgun blast that had been fired from close range through the door glass. The body of Denise Kloss was found in the restroom where she had been shot at point-blank range and had suffered the same fatal wound. However, the most terrifying and stomach-churning discovery that the first responders made was what was not there. Jame, who was 13 years old, had completely vanished, leaving behind only her frantic dog and an empty house. The initial hypotheses that were conceived by investigators who were desperate for answers naturally concentrated on what appeared to be rational, logical, and understandable to humans. The immediate, textbook assumption in a criminal case that involves the brutal execution of two parents in their own home and the kidnapping of a young child is that the perpetrator in question has a deeply personal and long-simmering vendetta against the child. Initially, the detectives who were working on the case believed that this was a highly targeted and professional hit. It could have been a hidden drug debt, a severe and vengeful workplace grievance that originated from the turkey processing plant, or a highly coordinated home invasion that was carried out by an organized criminal gang looking for something specific. They went through James and Denise's financial records, looked at their bank statements, conducted extensive interviews with former and current coworkers, and searched the entire small town for anyone who might have harbored a deadly and violent grudge against the couple. The crime scene was characterized by a level of brutality that was so extreme that it suggested an immense, simmering hatred that had finally reached its boiling point. However, as the agonizing days gradually turned into weeks, the massive investigation ran into a solid brick wall, which required forensic teams to meticulously dissect each and every microscopic piece of evidence that was left in the house. During their investigation at the crime scene, forensic experts found spent shotgun slugs of a .1-2 gauge caliber, but they found nothing else relevant. No foreign fingerprints were found on the walls or doorknobs. There were no stray clothing fibers. There were no personal items that were dropped. And there was not a single drop of suspect DNA or blood that was left behind in the chaotic situation. The killer had functioned with the chilling, sterile precision of a ghost throughout the entire process. The detectives were able to locate the last people who saw the family alive. They monitored James' social media accounts for any indication of predatory grooming. They tapped local phone lines, and they analyzed regional bank accounts for any unusual or suspicious activity. The dark, empty roads provided absolutely no clear answers, despite the fact that they reviewed hundreds of hours of grainy, low-quality footage from rare traffic cameras located on the rural highways that surrounded the area. The trail went completely cold, despite the fact that there was a massive, highly publicized media campaign across the entire country, thousands of tips coming in from the general public, and an intense, full-scale mobilization of the FBI. It appeared as though Jamie Kloss had simply disappeared into thin air, leaving behind a community that was bewildered and terrified, as well as a crime scene that defied all conventional criminal logic for the most part. As the weeks gradually turned into months, the crushing and heavy silence that had been emanating from the investigation started to reveal massive and undeniable fractures in the initial theories that the police had developed. Despite the damp, rural terrain that surrounded the house, there was no suspect DNA, fingerprints, or muddy boot prints. This absence of forensic evidence, which was unprecedented, strongly suggested that the crime was the work of an experienced mastermind, a career criminal who knew exactly how to defeat a state-of-the-art forensic investigation. The autopsy, reports from the medical examiner, and the ballistics analysis, on the other hand, revealed a glaring contradiction that was so bizarre that it simply did not fit the profile of a professional hitman. For the purpose of carrying out a calculated and quiet execution, the murderer had utilized a common shotgun with a 1.2 gauge barrel, which was a messy, loud, and extremely high-risk weapon. More importantly, his behavior during the escape was completely reckless and bordered on suicidal throughout the entire process. After this crucial turning point, the investigation's conventional logic started to completely fall apart, which was a significant turning point. It was discovered by the local dispatchers that the initial 911 call that Denise Kloss had made from her phone had logged a precise and automated timestamp. A chilling discovery was made by the detectives when they compared the arrival times of the first police cruisers to the time the killer had been inside the Kloss house. The killer had been inside the house for a total of only 4 minutes. However, a horrible anomaly was produced by the mathematics. At precisely the same moment that the perpetrator was fleeing the scene, law enforcement vehicles were in the process of speeding down the narrow single-lane country road that led to the Kloss residence. There was a solitary, dark sedan that had calmly and casually pulled over to the side of the road to yield to their flashing emergency lights and blaring sirens before quietly continuing its journey into the night, according to the police logs. Several cruisers vividly remembered passing this sedan. These particular details caused the detectives a great deal of anxiety. It is highly likely that a professional assassin or a hardened, panicked criminal who had just committed the murder of 2 people and was holding a kidnapped child would have sped away at breakneck speeds, driven erratically, or taken off-road detours through the fields in order to avoid law enforcement at any cost. Instead, this driver had exhibited a surreal, ice-cold composure, pretending to be a regular citizen who abided by the law right in front of the eyes of the law enforcement officers. Furthermore, if this was a targeted hit that was born out of a deadly grudge against the parents, then why would someone take the enormous risk of kidnapping a 13-year-old girl in the middle of the night? Why should she be allowed to continue living when the only witness to the murders could be eliminated? It was impossible for the pieces of the puzzle to come together and fit together. There was a complete inversion of the profile. The crime scene displayed the brutality and disorganization of a psychopath, but the execution and the complete absence of any digital or physical footprint demonstrated the meticulous planning of a ghost. It was abundantly clear that they were not looking for a disgruntled coworker or a local thief. This realization was extremely terrifying. They were dealing with a ghost that did not leave any shadows, someone who defied every rule that was known to exist in the field of criminal psychology. Over the course of 87 arduous and heartbreaking days, the search for Jamie Kloss remained a perplexing and unresolved mystery. The entire nation was bracing itself for the tragic and gloomy conclusion that almost always follows cases of child abduction. On the other hand, the narrative did not merely change on the 10th of January 2019, but rather completely shattered into a different form of reality. It was not a breakthrough in a federal forensic lab or a tactical raid carried out by the FBI that led to the discovery of the truth. Rather, it was the unyielding, miraculous survival instinct of a 13-year-old girl that led to the discovery of the truth. It was approximately 4 o'clock in the afternoon in the remote and sparsely populated region of Gordon, Wisconsin, which is located nearly 70 miles north of the Kloss residence. Gordon is a small town that is heavily wooded and bitterly cold. Johnny Nutter, a local resident, was out walking her dog along a snow-covered, desolate rural road when she noticed a frail figure stumbling toward her through the snowdrifts. Johnny Nutter was concerned for her physical well-being. It was, as the figure got closer, that Nutter felt her heart sinking deeper into her chest. It was a young girl, and her skin was pale as a result of the biting cold. She appeared visibly shaken. In spite of the fact that the temperature was below zero, she was wearing oversized male sneakers on the wrong feet, and she did not have a winter coat or gloves on under any circumstances. With eyes that were hollow and completely exhausted, the young lady looked up at her and said, "I'm lost. I need help. My name is Jamie," without further elaboration. Nutter, who had seen the posters of the missing person that were affixed to every storefront and highway billboard in the state, recognized her without delay. She wrapped her arms around the girl, who was trembling so badly that she was traumatized, and rushed her to the house of the neighbor who was closest to her. She pounded frantically on the door and yelled for them to call 911 as soon as possible. Upon entering the secure confines of the house, the homeowners seized their personal firearms, barricaded the door, and stood guard over Jamie. They were terrified that her kidnapper was hot on her trail and searching for her through the trees. When the emergency dispatcher answered the call, the shock in the county office was so profound that there was a long moment of stunned, absolute silence on the line. The authorities could barely comprehend that the girl everyone had been searching for had just walked out of the frozen woods completely alive. What was the real twist, the detail that transformed this case from a typical kidnapping into something that was profoundly disturbing and psychological, was the identity of the person who had taken her. Within minutes of Jamie's rescue, the police flooded the roads in the county and pulled over a dark Ford Taurus that was driving through the roadways in the vicinity. Jake Patterson, who was 21 years old, was found inside. There was no evidence that he was a veteran of the criminal justice system, he was not on any government watch list, and he had no connection whatsoever to the Kloss family. A young man who was completely unnoticeable and of average appearance, he had made the decision to commit a heinous crime on a morning that was completely at random. Jamie had been hidden just over an hour away, trapped underneath a twin-size bed in a cluttered, isolated cabin. Patterson's friends and family, who were completely unaware of the horror that was living beneath their feet, occasionally visited the home. During this time, hundreds of federal investigators were searching the country for connections to cartels, human trafficking rings, and personal vendettas. Jamie had been left hidden. The chilling reality of how this impossible crime was carried out began to take shape through a detailed confession that was entirely voluntary. This occurred while Jake Patterson was restrained in handcuffs. because it revealed a level of meticulous, cold-blooded premeditation that seemed entirely incompatible with a 21-year-old with no prior criminal history. The truth was far more terrifying than any theory that the police had concocted during their months of desperation. This was because the truth revealed that the alleged perpetrator had no prior criminal history. On the very same day that Patterson witnessed Jamie climbing onto that school bus, the physical preparation had already begun. He was driven by an unexpected and unexplainable obsession, and he approached the impending kidnapping as if it were a military operation. For the purpose of ensuring that he would not leave any forensic footprint at the scene, he stole his father's .1.2 Gauge Mossberg shotgun. He chose this particular weapon intentionally because it was a weapon that was extremely common and would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to trace back to him using ballistics alone. In order to prevent any stray hairs or skin cells from falling when he arrived at the scene of the crime, he shaved his head and his beard until they were completely smooth. Paying in cash at a Walmart located several hours away, he made a purchase of a heavy balaclava mask, dark clothing, and steel-toed boots. He did this in order to avoid leaving a paper trail. Within his Ford Taurus, he meticulously dismantled anything that could compromise him. He cut the trunk release wire from inside the vehicle's cabin so that Jamie would never be able to escape in the event that she discovered the emergency lever. Additionally, he disconnected the dome light so that he would remain completely concealed whenever he opened the car doors during the commission of the crime. It was also remarkable how patient he was. Patterson drove out to the Kloss residence in the middle of the night on 2 separate occasions prior to October 15th, with the intention of taking Jamie, but he ultimately decided against it. The first time, he did so because he noticed that there were an excessive number of cars parked in the driveway, and the second time, he did so because a house light suddenly flickered on. Instead of becoming anxious or rushing, he simply reversed his vehicle and waited for the ideal conditions to arise in which he would not be protected. When it was finally his turn to strike, his execution was ruthless, mechanical, and lightning fast enough to blind. A second slug was used to blow the metal doorknob apart, which allowed him to force his way inside the building after he had shot James Kloss directly through the glass of the front door. After stepping over the body that was bleeding, he proceeded to walk through the dark rooms of the house in a methodical manner until he reached the door to the bathroom that was locked. In order to break through the upper half of the reinforced wood, it took 10 to 15 powerful blows from his shoulder and heavy boots. After ripping down the plastic shower curtain, he discovered Denise Kloss in the bathtub, cradling her daughter in a desperate embrace that expressed her desire to protect her. Denise was given a roll of duct tape by Patterson, asking her to bind her daughter's mouth and hands. Patterson then threw the roll at Denise. Patterson shoved her aside, taped James himself, and then executed Denise at point-blank range, deliberately turning his head away as he pulled the trigger to avoid looking at her face. This was done in response to her vehement refusal, which she had made the decision to use her own body to protect her child until the very last second. Taking Jamie by the hand, he dragged her out of the house, threw her into the trunk, and then slammed the trunk shut. The total amount of time that he spent inside the house was precisely 4 minutes. A minor error in judgment on his part was the timing of his exit, which caused him to be on the road at precisely the moment when the initial group of police cruisers would be arriving. On the other hand, rather than speeding up and drawing attention to his vehicle, he relied on the dark and unobtrusive profile of his vehicle, and he calmly pulled over to the side of the road to allow them to pass. After returning to his secluded cabin in Gordon, Patterson set fire to Jamie's clothing, his own blood-stained gloves, and the remaining duct tape in a yard fire. He did this in a methodical manner. Immediately after putting her in the old pajamas that belonged to his sister, he pushed her under a low twin bed that was located in his room. In order to prevent her from leaving, he secured the sides of the bed with heavy weightlifting benches, storage bins filled with rocks, and a dresser that was full of heavy furniture. By reminding her that he had a loaded shotgun right outside the door and that he had already demonstrated what he would do to anyone who disobeyed his commands, he was able to psychologically intimidate her into submission. This was Jamie's reality for nearly 3 months. She was confined in a dark, cramped space for 12 to 15 hours at a time without access to food, water, or a bathroom. She was rendered completely helpless as she listened to the footsteps of Patterson's friends playing video games directly above her. Meanwhile, her captor continued his life as if nothing had ever happened. The legal proceedings against Jake Patterson were completed in a remarkably short amount of time, which stands in stark contrast to the arduous 87 days that James was held captive beneath his body. Following Patterson's arrest on that snowy road, the state of Wisconsin moved with utmost urgency, supported by a mountain of physical evidence that could not be refuted, forensic validation, and Patterson's own confession that was chillingly detailed. In the month of March 2019, Patterson made an appearance in a courtroom in Ballen County that was packed and emotionally charged. In connection with the brutal murders of James and Denise Kloss, he entered a guilty plea to 2 counts of first-degree intentional homicide and 1 count of kidnapping that were brought against him. The courtroom was filled with a suffocatingly heavy atmosphere throughout the entirety of the proceedings. No intricate legal maneuvers, no dramatic defenses, and no attempts to deny the atrocities he had committed were put forward in response to the allegations. The majority of the time, Patterson remained silent and did not provide any grand explanations for the lives that he had systematically taken away. In May 2019, 2 months after the commission of the murders, the judge handed down the maximum possible sentence under Wisconsin law. The judge imposed 2 consecutive life sentences for the murders, in addition to an additional 40 years for the kidnapping. All of these sentences were to be served consecutively without the possibility of parole. In a state that does not have the death penalty, this was the maximum amount of punishment that the legal system could impose on the offender. In order to ensure that Patterson would spend every last breath of his life behind the icy concrete walls of a maximum security prison, the judge made it abundantly clear that he posed a significant threat to society. This would ensure that he would be completely removed from the world that he had terrorized through his actions. However, despite the fact that the legal file was officially closed and Patterson was taken away to serve his permanent sentence, the resolution provided a community that was in a state of mourning with a sense of cold comfort. Despite the fact that the legal system had been successful in punishing the monster, it continued to be completely incapable of providing an answer to the one question that continued to haunt everyone involved. It was the conviction that brought about justice, but it was not able to bring about understanding. The sound of the gavel reverberated throughout the courtroom, signaling the conclusion of the trial. However, the silence that ensued was deafening for the community of Ballen and the members of the Kloss family who were still alive. Jamie was able to regain her physical freedom and was once again in the protective embrace of her grandparents, aunts, and uncles. However, she found herself back in a world that had been completely emptied of its comfort. The humble house in which she had spent her childhood, which had once been filled with the comforting sounds of her mother's laughter and her father's quiet presence, had become a looming monument symbolizing a nightmare. As a result of the local bank's realization that the physical structure itself was an intolerable burden on the healing process, the bank eventually intervened, took ownership of the property, and tore the house down to its very foundations. The only thing that is left is a vacant lot which has been completely overgrown by grass and wild weeds, a stark and chilling void in the landscape of Wisconsin that is a reflection of the void that Jamie's life has left behind. The neighborhood, which was once a place where doors were left unlocked and strangers were greeted with a smile, underwent a transformation that will never be reversed. The county arrived at the realization that absolute security is an illusion, which resulted in the establishment of a permanent shadow of suspicion over the county. Nevertheless, the absence of any explanation for why this tragedy occurred is the most unsettling aspect of the whole thing. It is the component that transforms it from a heinous crime into a profoundly unsettling mystery. Patterson did something that was completely unexpected while he was safely locked away in a maximum security cell. He wrote a lengthy letter to a local journalist in which he attempted to apologize to Jamie and her family. On the other hand, even in his own handwriting, the explanation was utterly devoid of any substance. He wrote, "I'm not a serial killer. I just had to do this and I don't really know why." He described it as a sudden, overwhelming compulsion, a dark tidal wave that took over his mind the moment he saw a child through a bus window. He also said that he didn't really know why he did it. His confession has been thoroughly examined by criminal psychologists and FBI profilers who have looked for signs of escalating cruelty, signs of childhood trauma, or a history of mental illness. However, they have not discovered any of these things. He did not come from a dysfunctional family or a life of abuse. He was not a bad person. At first, he was just a typical, unremarkable young man who went about his daily life working a typical job and interacting with other typical people. However, all of a sudden, a senseless ill will began to develop within him. The true and lingering horror of the Jamie Closs case is that it has been revealed. It is possible for us to put the perpetrators behind bars, to destroy the crime scenes, and to make an effort to rebuild our lives. However, we are unable to combat an adversary that does not have a face, a history, or a reason for their actions. Despite the fact that Jamie's survival is a testament to an incredible and heroic strength, she is carrying a burden that no child should ever have to bear. She is haunted by the knowledge of what occurred in those 4 minutes in her family home. Because of this, we are compelled to face a terrifying reality about the world in which we live. There are times when the danger is not a premeditated vengeance, a robbery that went wrong, or a monster that you can see coming from a mile away. For some people, the most dangerous thing that can happen is a completely random glance from a stranger that lasts for 3 seconds on a typical morning. It serves as a reminder that evil does not always require a motivating factor in order to tear a family apart. All it requires is an open door. The lights should be turned off, and you should lock your doors tonight. Stay safe.
The story of Timothy Evans begins long before any crime was committed. In many ways, it began the moment he was born in 1924 in the poor southern region of Wales. Before Timothy even took his first breath, his father had already abandoned the family, leaving his mother alone to raise several children with almost no money. Poverty wasn't something Timothy fell into later in life. It was the world he entered from the very beginning. And almost immediately, life began stacking obstacles in front of him. As a child, Timothy struggled to speak clearly, and once he started school, it became obvious he was falling behind the other students. Even the simplest lessons were difficult for him to understand. Teachers grew frustrated, classmates moved ahead without him, and little by little, Timothy became the kind of child people quietly stopped expecting much from. Then, when he was 8 years old, things became even worse. Timothy developed a painful tuberculosis-related condition on the bottom of his right foot. The disease wasn't killing him, but it made every step feel unbearable. Large blisters formed across the sole of his foot, making it agonizing to walk. For years, he missed huge portions of school, sometimes because he was receiving treatment, and other times because the pain was simply too severe for him to make the walk there at all. For a boy who was already struggling in class, those absences were catastrophic. Years later, psychologists would conclude that Timothy had severe cognitive limitations, with an IQ believed to fall somewhere between 60 and 70. And by the time he became one of the most controversial men in British history, his life had already been unraveling for years. Despite all these challenges, Timothy stayed in school as much as he could, but his real focus shifted away from education. He knew his family was desperately poor, and he felt a responsibility to help provide for them. So, he started looking for work. Timothy was willing to do anything for money, no matter how difficult or dangerous the job was. When he was just 13 years old, he became a coal miner, which was, and still is, one of the most dangerous jobs on the planet. But even with his strong work ethic, Timothy could never hold down a job for long. He would always end up getting fired, or he wouldn't get hired in the first place. It was always for the same reasons. Either he'd have a bad flare-up of the tuberculosis on his foot, making it impossible for him to walk to work, or his illiteracy would become a problem. Many jobs simply couldn't employ someone who couldn't read, write, or even speak very clearly. It was a heartbreaking cycle. When he turned 18, World War II was raging, and all his friends were enlisting to go fight. Timothy wanted to join them to do his part, but when he tried to enlist, the military rejected him. They told him they couldn't take him because of his foot and because he was illiterate. This constant rejection and embarrassment took a heavy toll on Timothy. He felt like an outsider, like he didn't belong anywhere. At some point, he developed a coping mechanism. He started to lie. He would invent these grand, elaborate stories about incredible adventures he'd been on, powerful people he knew, and amazing skills he possessed. Most people who knew him didn't believe a word of it, but every once in a while, someone would. And in those brief moments, Timothy would feel a sliver of respect, something he almost never experienced in his real life. Even though it was built on a lie, that feeling was incredible to him, and he became almost addicted to telling these stories. Fast forward to 1947. Timothy was now 23 years old. His family had moved from Wales to London, and they were living in a very poor and rough neighborhood. Timothy had managed to find a job as a delivery driver, and for a while it seemed to be working out. On one of his delivery routes, he met one 8-year-old girl named Beryl Thorley. People who knew Beryl said that she, like Timothy, also had a very low IQ. The two of them met, and they just clicked. They started dating, and by the end of that same year, they were married. At first, they lived in Timothy's family's crowded apartment, but in early 1948, Beryl became pregnant. They decided it was time to get a place of their own. They scraped together what little money they had and rented an apartment. The place was terrible. It was tiny, it was dirty, and it was in an even more dangerous neighborhood than where Timothy's family lived. But for a short time, it was their own, and it was enough. Then, Beryl gave birth to their daughter, Geraldine. Suddenly, the tiny apartment felt impossibly small for a family of 3. Money, which had always been tight, became a massive problem. They just didn't have enough to get by. Timothy desperately tried to find extra work, but he ran into the same old problems. His illiteracy and his recurring foot issue held him back. Before long, Timothy and Beryl were forced to start taking out high-interest loans. They were the kind of loans they knew they could never possibly pay back. They were trapping themselves in a cycle of debt, and the money they borrowed was only enough to keep them in their awful, cramped apartment. It wasn't enough to improve their situation, only to maintain their misery. The weight of the debt, combined with the stress of being new parents in such a tiny space, started to wear down their marriage. It began with constant arguing about money or some other hardship. But soon, it escalated. The arguments turned into full-blown physical fights. They would get so loud that people walking on the busy street 3 floors below could hear them screaming and yelling at each other. Sometimes people would literally stop on the sidewalk and just look up at their window, wondering what was happening up there. As Timothy's world felt like it was crumbling around him, he fell back on his old coping mechanism of lying. He would tell anyone who would listen that he, his wife, and his daughter were doing great, that everything was just fine. But of course, behind closed doors, it was the complete opposite. Lying wasn't enough to dull the pain anymore, so Timothy started drinking heavily. But the alcohol only made everything worse. It gave Beryl another reason to be angry with him, it made him more depressed, and it ate away at the little money they had. Timothy was spiraling, and he felt completely alone. And that's when he found comfort from a very unlikely source, his downstairs neighbor, a man named John Christie. John Christie was the last person you'd expect to become friends with Timothy Evans. He was nearly double Timothy's age, he was incredibly intelligent, and he was a respected member of the community. That respect came from his past. He had served on the front lines during World War I and had nearly died in a mustard gas attack. After the war, he returned to London and became a police constable for several years. After retiring from the police force, he took a quiet job as a post office clerk. But despite all their differences, John and Timothy had one thing in common. They both had experience with marital problems. John and his wife Ethel had gotten married way back in 1920, 4 years before Timothy was even born. Early in their marriage, they had separated and lived apart for many years. But in 1934, they reconciled and moved into the ground floor apartment of the building where Timothy and Beryl would eventually live. So, years later, when John was sitting in his apartment, he could hear the loud, violent fights coming from the third floor. Everyone in the neighborhood could. And John, remembering his own past struggles with his wife, decided he should reach out to the young man upstairs. He thought maybe he could offer some advice, or at the very least, just be a friend. One day, John struck up a conversation with Timothy. Timothy was lonely and had no friends, so he was happy to have someone to talk to. They quickly formed a friendship, but it wasn't a friendship of equals. It was more like a father-son relationship, or a mentor and his student. Timothy, who had never had a father, really looked up to John. And John seemed to look at Timothy with empathy. He could see that Timothy was a young man who wasn't very bright and was completely in over his head with debt, marriage, and a new baby. John tried to guide him and offer him advice on how to navigate this difficult period in his life. This new friendship could have been a very positive thing for Timothy. It might have helped his mental state and maybe even his marriage. But not long after they became friends, Timothy found out that Beryl was pregnant with their second child. This was devastating news. Timothy knew they absolutely could not afford another child. They could barely afford Geraldine. In the United Kingdom at that time, abortions were illegal, so there was no safe or legal way to terminate the pregnancy. Terrified and desperate, Timothy went straight to John for guidance. John would later testify at Timothy's trial about this conversation. He said he did his best to comfort Timothy, telling him everything would be okay, that he'd find more work, that they could take out another loan. But, according to John, his words had no effect. Timothy was beyond consoling. He was desperate and seemed unhinged. John said he started to worry that Timothy might do something drastic to make his problems disappear. And as it turned out, John was right. A few weeks later, on the 30th of November 1949, a disheveled and frantic Timothy Evans walked into a police station in his old hometown in Wales. He walked up to the desk and confessed that he had killed his wife. He told the officers that he had given Beryl a special liquid, a poison that was supposed to abort the fetus. But he said the mixture was too strong and it had killed Beryl by accident. Panicking, Timothy said he took her body and dumped it down a sewer drain right outside their apartment building in London. After that, he arranged for his daughter, Geraldine, to stay with some people he knew, and then he fled to Wales. But once he got there, he said his guilty conscience was too much to bear, and he had to turn himself in. The police in Wales immediately arrested Timothy and transported him back to London. Once he was secured in a London jail cell, detectives went to Timothy's apartment building. They found the manhole cover for the sewer right where Timothy said it would be. But right away, they noticed a problem. They couldn't get the lid off. It was incredibly heavy. One man could barely budge it. It took 3 strong police officers all working together to finally lift the heavy iron lid off the sewer. They peered down into the darkness, but there was no body. There was nothing down there at all. The detectives went back to the jail and confronted Timothy with this fact. They told him his wife wasn't in the sewer. Timothy seemed to squirm for a moment, and then he completely changed his story. He now told the police that it wasn't him who had given Beryl the poison. He said it was his friend, his mentor, the father figure in his life, John Christie. Timothy also told them that he had left his daughter Geraldine in John Christie's care. The police were skeptical of Timothy, but the mention of a missing child made them take his new story seriously. They rushed back to the apartment building and knocked on John Christie's door. John opened the door, with his wife Ethel standing beside him. He seemed completely shocked by the accusations Timothy had made against him. John and Ethel told the police that not only did they have no idea what had happened to Beryl, but Geraldine had never been in their care. The police were now extremely concerned for the little girl's safety. Where was she? Who had her? While they were there, the officers conducted a thorough search of John and Ethel's apartment and the property outside. They didn't find anything suspicious inside the apartment. But then they went outside to the backyard. They had been in this area briefly when they were checking the sewer, but now they did a much more careful search. In the back of the yard, there was a small, dilapidated shed. An officer walked over and opened the door. Inside, they found the bodies of Beryl and her 3-month-old daughter, Geraldine, wrapped in blankets. They had both been strangled to death. The police returned to the jail and told Timothy what they had discovered. Timothy's reaction was strange. It was very muted, almost blank. One of the detectives looked him straight in the eye and asked, "Are you responsible for the deaths of both your wife and your daughter?" Timothy quietly said, "Yes." During the interrogation that followed, Timothy gave a new, detailed confession. He said that he and Beryl had gotten into a huge argument over money. The fight had become physical, and in a fit of rage, he had strangled her to death. Then, 2 days later, he strangled his daughter. After that, he said he hid their bodies in the shed and fled to Wales. Timothy would later take back this final confession, but it didn't matter. A little over a month later, when his case went to trial, the jury didn't believe his retractions. They believed his confession. It didn't take them long to convict him of murder and sentence him to death. Just 3 months after his conviction, on the 9th of March 1950, Timothy Evans found himself in the condemned suite at Pentonville Prison in London. He was sitting at a small table, shackled, with a guard on either side of him. The cell was tiny, and one of its walls was shared with the execution chamber next door. As Timothy sat there, the cell door suddenly flew open. The execution team rushed in. They grabbed Timothy and pulled him to his feet before he had a chance to resist. They pushed him towards a door in that shared wall, the door that led to the execution chamber. When they opened it, Timothy only had a couple of seconds to see what was inside. It was a pale green, square room. A noose dangled from the ceiling directly above a trapdoor in the floor. Off to the side of the room was a large lever. The executioner would pull that lever to open the trapdoor and send the condemned prisoner falling into the pit below. Timothy's heart would have been pounding in his chest. Before he could process it all, he was standing on that trapdoor. The noose was placed over his head and tightened around his neck. A hood was pulled down over his face. The guards all stepped back to the walls. And then, before Timothy could say or do anything, the lever was pulled. He dropped 12 feet down into a brick-lined pit, where he would hang until he died. This gruesome end should have been the final chapter of a very tragic story. But it wasn't. Not even close. 3 years after Timothy's execution, a man named Beresford Brown moved into the same ground-floor apartment that John and Ethel Christie had once lived in. John had moved out just a few days earlier. Beresford found the apartment to be dirty and neglected, so he decided to fix it up. The first thing on his list was to strip all the old wallpaper in the kitchen and put up new paper. He started tearing down the wallpaper, and eventually he made his way into the small kitchen pantry. As he was pulling the paper down in there, one particular strip came off all the way to the floor. And that's when he saw it. Behind the wallpaper, near the bottom of the wall, there was a door. A small, secret door, like the entrance to a crawl space. Beresford was completely intrigued. Why would there be a hidden door in the pantry? He ripped off the rest of the wallpaper covering it, found the handle, and pried it open. What he saw inside that dark, little room would haunt him for the rest of his life. Let's go back 3 years and 4 months, to when Timothy Evans first learned that his wife Beryl was pregnant with their second child. He did go to his friend John Christie for guidance, but that's where the real story departs from what the police and jury believed. When Timothy, in his desperation, told John about the pregnancy, John, who had some medical training from his time in the military, offered a solution. He told Timothy, "I can perform an abortion on Beryl for you. For Timothy, this seemed like a miracle. He was so relieved. He thought all his problems were about to be solved. He rushed upstairs to his apartment and told Beryl the news that John could perform the procedure for them. Beryl agreed. We don't know the exact sequence of events, but the most likely theory is that sometime in November of 1949, Beryl took baby Geraldine and went down to John's apartment on the first floor. When she got there, only John was home. His wife Ethel was out for the day. Timothy was not there for the procedure, but he knew it was happening. Beryl and Geraldine went inside. John likely found a safe place to put Geraldine down in another room. Then, he led Beryl to a chair, a sort of makeshift medical chair he had set up. He told her to sit down. John then brought out a strange device. It looked like a glass jar filled with a clear liquid. Two thin black hollow tubes came out of the top of the jar and connected to a mouthpiece. John handed the mouthpiece to Beryl and told her to put it over her mouth and breathe in. He explained that it contained a special gas he had made that would numb the pain during the procedure. Beryl, trusting him, did as she was told. She placed the mask over her mouth and nose and started to take deep breaths. As she was breathing, John took a chemical and began to slowly pour it into the glass jar. A thick, white gas started to form inside the jar, above the liquid. The gas was trapped, and as Beryl breathed, she was sucking that gas directly into her lungs. But she didn't feel numb. Instead, she quickly lost consciousness. This was John's plan all along. The device wasn't meant to numb pain, it was designed to knock people out. John Christie had no intention of performing an abortion. He was a serial killer. With Beryl unconscious, John did the same thing he had already done to two other women whose bodies were buried in his backyard. He began to assault her. At some point during the attack, Beryl regained consciousness and started to fight back. But John was stronger. He overpowered her and strangled her to death. After she was dead, John simply walked into the other room where little Geraldine was. He took a man's tie, wrapped it around the baby's neck, and strangled her. He then wrapped both mother and daughter in some sheets and hid their bodies in the shed in the backyard. Later, when Timothy came down to see how the procedure went, John told him that there had been a complication and Beryl was dead. He told Timothy not to worry, that he would take care of Geraldine and find a good home for her. He insisted that Timothy needed to leave London immediately and go to Wales. Timothy, likely in a state of shock and trusting his friend, did exactly as he was told. He fled to Wales. But after a little while, he tried to check in on his daughter. He had no idea where she was or who she was with. But John wouldn't let him see her or tell him anything. Overwhelmed with guilt about the whole situation, Timothy finally went to the police. And this is the critical part. When he spoke to the police, he lied. He wanted to protect his friend John, the man he saw as a mentor and father figure. So, he took the blame himself. He said he killed his wife. This is why his first story was so wrong. He had no idea where Beryl's body was, so he just guessed the sewer. That explains why the manhole cover was too heavy for one person to lift, and why the sewer was empty. Then, after the police found the bodies and went back to the jail to tell him, that was the first moment Timothy learned his daughter was also dead. Up until that point, he truly believed John was taking care of her or had given her to another family to raise. So when the detectives told him Geraldine was dead, he was almost certainly in a deep state of shock. His whole family was gone. That explains his muted, blank response. And when they asked him if he was responsible, he said yes, but it's very likely he didn't understand the legal implication of that question. He might have been saying he felt responsible, that his actions led to their deaths, not that he physically killed them. But by the time he snapped out of his shock and tried to tell the police the truth that John Christie was the killer, nobody believed him. His credibility was gone. He had already lied to them. And when the police looked into his background, they learned he was a known compulsive liar. Making everything worse was the fact that Timothy had a clear and obvious motive. He was in crippling debt, and his relationship with his wife was violent and toxic, with plenty of witnesses to their fights. During Timothy's trial, he and his lawyers did everything they could to point the finger at John Christie. But it was useless. John Christie took the witness stand and was the perfect witness for the prosecution. He was a war hero, a former police officer, well-spoken, intelligent, and respected. The jury believed every word he said. In contrast, Timothy was the opposite. He was illiterate, unintelligent, and a proven liar. In the end, it was the testimony of the real killer, John Christie, that sent the innocent man, Timothy Evans, to his death. The police also completely botched the investigation from the very beginning. They went into it absolutely convinced that Timothy was guilty. To them, it was an open and shut case. Because they were so focused on proving Timothy's guilt, they were blind to the obvious evidence all around them. For example, during their search of the property, a neighborhood dog actually dug up one of the skeletons of the other women John had killed and buried in the garden. A human skull and a leg bone were lying out in the open while police were walking around. John was able to quickly grab the skull and throw it into a neighboring burned-out building, but the leg bone was left leaning against the backyard fence in plain sight. Nobody noticed it. The police are also believed to have coerced Timothy into signing his final confession. There's even speculation that they forged his signature on the document. So, Timothy Evans was executed, and the real killer, John Christie, was free to keep killing. He would go on to murder at least 4 more women, including his own wife, Ethel, using the same method, the gas machine, followed by assault and strangulation. It was during this time that he stuffed his wife's body under the floorboards of their front room, and he crammed the bodies of 3 other victims into that tiny secret room in the pantry. He did this so that the smell of decomposition would always be present in his apartment. After Beresford Brown found those 3 bodies in the pantry and called the police, a massive manhunt for John Christie began. 10 days later, on the 31st of March, 1953, he was found and arrested. He eventually confessed to killing all 8 victims. The police only had enough evidence to charge him with the murder of his wife Ethel, but that was enough. He was found guilty, and he received a death sentence. On July 15th of that year, John Christie was sitting in the very same condemned suite at Pentonville Prison where Timothy Evans had sat 3.5 years earlier. The door opened, and the same execution team that had executed Timothy came in. They grabbed John, hoisted him up, and moved him towards the execution chamber. They rushed him onto the trap door, put the noose around his neck, and pulled the hood over his head. Just as the executioner was about to pull the lever, John suddenly said, "My nose itches." The executioner simply replied, "It won't bother you for long," and pulled the switch. The case of Timothy Evans and John Christie caused a massive public outcry. The fact that an obviously innocent man had been executed by the state was a profound injustice that shook the nation. This case was a major factor that led the United Kingdom to suspend the death penalty in 1965 and then to abolish it completely in 1969. And in 1966, between those 2 dates, Timothy Evans received a posthumous royal pardon for the murder of his family. His name was officially cleared, and he was declared an innocent man. Thank you so much for watching. Timothy Evans was poor, uneducated, frightened, and deeply flawed. But being flawed doesn't make someone guilty. And in one of the greatest miscarriages of justice in British history, that distinction came far too late. If you enjoyed today's episode, there's a full playlist of true crime stories waiting for you right now. Until next time, take care. See ya. A girl walks into the forest and realizes that something is watching her. Another woman is lying on the bed, waiting for death until something attacks her first. What happens next in both of these stories should not happen. These are 2 true cases that sound like nightmares, but they actually happened. Let's start with the first story. In June of 2019, an 18-year-old girl named Bella had just wrapped up her very first year of college. This was a massive milestone for her, as it is for any young person. You spend your entire life living under your parents' roof, following their rules, and staying within the comfortable boundaries of your hometown. Then, suddenly, you are thrown into this completely new environment with thousands of strangers, difficult classes, and a level of independence you have never experienced before. Bella had worked incredibly hard during her freshman year, studying late into the night, preparing for exams, and trying to find her place in this new, fast-paced academic world. By the time the summer break finally arrived, she was absolutely exhausted, both mentally and physically. She was desperate for a break, and more than anything, she was incredibly excited to return to her quiet, peaceful hometown. Her hometown was not a bustling city or a typical suburb. It was a very small, quiet village nestled deep in the mountains of France. This village was the kind of place where time seemed to have stopped a century ago. It was incredibly quaint, with old stone buildings, narrow cobblestone streets, a small bakery, and a very slow, peaceful pace of life. But the most defining feature of this village was its geography. It was completely surrounded on all sides by a massive, dense forest. This forest did not just sit near the village, it felt like it was actively swallowing it. The trees grew thick and tall, running right up to the edges of the roads and the backyards of the houses. For most people, a forest that vast and thick might feel a bit intimidating or even claustrophobic. But for Bella, who had lived there her entire life, this forest was her backyard. It was her playground, her escape, and her favorite place to be. Ever since she was a little girl, Bella had spent countless hours exploring those woods. It was a normal thing for the local kids to do. They would go on hikes, climb trees, and build forts in the brush. But Bella had one very specific place in that forest that she loved more than anywhere else in the world. It was a man-made lake that sat deep within the wilderness. To get to this lake, you could not just walk out of your back door and find a paved path. You had to know exactly where you were going because the route was complicated and there were absolutely no signs, maps, or trail markers to help you. The layout of this journey is incredibly important to understand because every single detail of this route would play a major role in the terrifying events that were about to unfold. To get to this made lake, Bella would start by leaving her parents' house, getting into her car, and driving about 2 miles down the main winding road that led away from the village. This road cut through the mountains, with the thick tree line bordering the pavement on both sides. After driving exactly 2 miles, Bella would pull her car onto a small, unmarked dirt shoulder on the side of the road. To any passing driver, this shoulder looked like nothing. It just looked like a random spot where someone might pull over if they had a flat tire. There were no signs indicating a trail, no maps, and no indication that anything of interest lay beyond the tree line. But Bella knew the area. Once she parked her car, she would step out onto the dirt shoulder, lock her doors, and walk directly toward the wall of trees. Right at the edge of the forest, almost completely hidden by thick brush and low-hanging branches, was a tiny, faint trail. It was barely wide enough for one person, resembling a narrow goat path more than a hiking trail. Bella would step onto this path and immediately began walking due north, straight into the thickest part of the tree line. For the first few minutes, she would have to push her way through heavy branches and low foliage. The forest was incredibly quiet, with only the sounds of her own boots stepping on the dirt, dry leaves, and pine needles. But after walking for a short distance, the thick brush would suddenly give way, and she would find herself in a small, beautiful clearing. Running right through the middle of this clearing was a crystal-clear stream. The stream flowed from north to south, and right along its eastern bank was a slightly more defined dirt path. Bella would step onto this path next to the stream and begin her long journey north. She would walk along this stream for about an hour. It was a steady, peaceful hike. The water bubbled over the gray rocks to her left, and the tall canopy of the ancient pine trees blocked out most of the direct sunlight, keeping the air cool, damp, and smelling of pine. She knew every bend in the stream, every large boulder, and every fallen log. She had made this walk dozens of times throughout her childhood. After about an hour of hiking along this stream, the trail next to the water would make a sharp left turn. It veered away from the stream and headed deeper into the woods toward another part of the mountain. But Bella did not follow the trail to the left. Instead, she would step off the path and walk directly into the stream itself. For the final leg of her journey, she had to hop from stone to stone, walking directly in the shallow, cold water, continuing to follow the stream's path northward. This part of the hike took about 20 minutes of careful, slow movement to avoid slipping on the wet rocks. At the end of this 20-minute stretch of river walking, the small stream would finally empty into a much larger body of water. This was a wide, fast-flowing river that ran from east to west. Once Bella reached this large river, she would turn left and walk along its grassy bank for a short distance. And then, suddenly, the trees would open up completely, and she would find herself standing on the edge of the man-made lake. The lake was absolutely stunning. It was a massive, wide-open expanse of water surrounded on all sides by a thick, unbroken wall of green trees. Because it was so deep in the forest, and because the route to get there was so difficult, long, and completely unmarked, virtually nobody else ever came here. In all the years Bella had been visiting this lake, she had literally never run into another human being. It was her own private sanctuary. She could sit on the shore, listen to the wind rustling the leaves, and feel completely isolated from the worries of the world. All told, the journey to get to the lake took about 2 hours of solid, fast-paced hiking. And, of course, getting back to her car took another 2 hours. So, any trip to the lake was a major 4-hour commitment. But to Bella, it was always worth it. It was her favorite routine, and it was the very first thing she wanted to do now that she was back home from college. And so, on a beautiful, clear morning in June of 2019, Bella decided it was time to make the hike. The weather was perfect. The sky was a bright, pale blue, the sun was shining warmly, and the temperature was incredibly comfortable. She packed her backpack with a couple of bottles of water, a light snack, her wallet, and her phone. She told her parents she was heading out for a hike, which was a very normal thing for her to say, so they did not think twice about it. She got into her car, drove the 2 miles to the unmarked dirt shoulder, parked, and stepped into the cool, quiet forest. She found the tiny goat path, pushed through the initial brush, and soon reached the clearing with the stream. She stepped onto the path running next to the water and began her steady, comfortable hike. She was about an hour into the journey, walking along the bubbling stream, enjoying the quiet beauty of the woods, when she suddenly stopped dead in her tracks. She stood completely still, tilting her head to the side, trying to make sense of what she was hearing. The forest was normally filled with very predictable, natural sounds. She would hear the wind rustling the high canopy, the chirping of local birds, the occasional scurry of a small rodent in the dry leaves, and the constant soothing sound of the bubbling stream. But now, cutting through those familiar sounds was something completely foreign, artificial, and out of place. She heard the distinct, sharp sound of a bell ringing somewhere deep in the forest. It was not a soft, gentle sound like a wind chime dangling from a porch. It was a very crisp, metallic clang. It sounded like it was coming from somewhere far in front of her, deeper along the path she was currently traveling. The sound was incredibly abrupt, and it immediately made her feel a little uneasy. In all her years of exploring these woods, she had never heard anything like it. Bella stood there, holding her breath, listening closely. Her mind immediately began searching for a logical, rational explanation. She thought that maybe a local resident had lost their dog, and the dog was running through the woods wearing a collar with a small bell on it. It was a common thing for hunters or pet owners in rural areas to put bells on their animals so they would not lose track of them in the thick underbrush. But as she listened, she realized the sound was too heavy, too deep to be a small dog bell. This sounded like a much larger, sturdier iron bell. It had a deep, resonant clang to it. And then she thought of an even stranger explanation. She wondered if perhaps someone had ordered a bell online and the delivery package had somehow fallen off a truck on a mountain road higher up, rolled down the steep ravine, and landed in the stream she was walking next to. She imagined the water current pushing the box against the rocks, causing the bell inside to jingle. It was a bizarre, almost comical thought, but it was her brain's way of trying to make sense of something that felt completely wrong in her quiet, secret forest. As she stood there, the bell started ringing again. This time, it was not just a single ring. It was a constant, chaotic series of clangs. It was completely sporadic, with no rhythm, no pattern, and no consistency. It sounded like someone was holding a heavy bell and shaking it randomly as they moved through the trees. But Bella was a brave, independent 18-year-old, and she was in her home forest. She did not feel afraid yet. She was mostly just incredibly intrigued and curious. She decided that since she was already hiking in that direction anyway, she would just keep walking and see if she could find the source of the sound. She stepped forward and continued her hike along the stream. As she walked, the sporadic clanging of the bell continued to echo through the trees ahead of her. She estimated that she was about 20 minutes away from the point where she would reach the large east-to-west river. She kept her eyes focused on the path ahead, expecting to see a dog, a person, or perhaps even a lost cow wandering through the brush. But the problem was, about 5 minutes after she started walking again, the bell sound just suddenly stopped. It did not fade away slowly as if the source was moving further into the distance. It stopped instantly. 1 second, the chaotic metallic clanging was echoing through the trees, and the next second, there was absolute, dead silence. This sudden silence was actually far more unsettling to Bella than the ringing itself. When the bell was ringing, she could at least track its general location and assume it was some physical object moving naturally. But the abrupt silence felt incredibly deliberate. It felt as though whatever or whoever was making that sound had suddenly realized she was there, and had chosen to stop and listen just as she had. Bella stood frozen on the trail for a moment, her heart beating a little faster. She looked around at the thick trees, but she could see nothing but green leaves, thick trunks, and deep shadows. She tried to shake off the uneasy feeling. She told herself that she was being silly. It was broad daylight, she was in a beautiful forest, and she was very close to her favorite lake. There was no reason to be scared. She took a deep breath, adjusted her backpack straps, and continued walking. She hiked for another 5 minutes, getting closer to the end of the stream path. The silence in the forest remained heavy and unbroken. As she approached the area where the trail would soon turn left, and she would have to start stepping on the river stones, she noticed something lying on the ground directly in the middle of the path ahead of her. At first, she could not make out what it was. It looked like a dark, shapeless mass. She thought it might be a large rock that had fallen onto the trail, or perhaps a large branch that had snapped off a tree. But as she took a few more steps closer, she realized it was the body of an animal. She slowed her pace, her eyes wide as she examined the form. It was a beaver. The beaver was lying completely flat on the damp dirt trail, right in the center of the path where she had to walk. It was a very strange sight, as beavers in this area usually stayed very close to the water and were rarely seen lying dead in the middle of a hiking trail. But as Bella stepped even closer, she saw something that made her stomach turn. The beaver's head was completely gone. It had been cleanly, surgically severed from the body. Bella looked down at the neck of the animal, expecting to see a bloody, ragged mess. If a predator, like a wolf, a lynx, or a wild dog, had attacked the beaver, the wound would be torn, shredded, and violent. There would be bite marks, claw marks, and signs of a struggle. But there was none of that. The cut across the neck was incredibly clean, as if someone had used an extremely sharp knife, a saw, or a scalpel to slice right through the bone and tissue. Even stranger, there was absolutely no blood on the dirt around the body. The ground was dry and clean. The headless beaver was just lying there, dry and intact, except for its missing head. Bella stood over the carcass, a deep chill running down her spine. She nudged the body gently with the toe of her boot. The animal's limbs were still soft, limp, and loose. Rigor mortis, the natural stiffening of a body after death, had not set in yet. There was also absolutely no smell of decay. This meant the beaver had died very recently. In fact, it must have been killed only a short time before she arrived at this spot. At this point, all the pieces began to connect in her mind, and the picture they painted was terrifying. the strange, sporadic clanging of the bell. The sudden, abrupt silence. And now a freshly decapitated beaver lying directly in the middle of her path. She realized that the bell sound had stopped right around the time she was approaching this very area. It was highly likely that whoever had killed this beaver had been standing right here doing this horrific deed while she was walking toward them. When they heard her approaching, they must have stopped ringing the bell, cut the head off, and slipped into the thick trees to hide. The thought that some strange person was lurking in the bushes just yards away from her, holding a sharp knife and a severed beaver head, was absolutely horrifying. Bella felt an overwhelming urge to turn around and run back to her car. But then, she stopped herself. She took a few deep breaths and tried to force her logical, pragmatic mind to take over. She told herself that she was overthinking the situation. Perhaps another animal had indeed killed the beaver and somehow managed to pull the head off cleanly. Maybe the lack of blood was due to some natural post-mortem process she did not understand. Maybe the bell sound had nothing to do with this at all and was just a random coincidence. She did not want to let some strange, unexplained events ruin her first trip to the lake. She had walked for over an hour and she was only 15 minutes away from her sanctuary. She decided she would not let fear win. She stepped carefully around the headless beaver, avoiding making any contact with it. She walked to the edge of the stream, stepped onto the wet rocks, and began making her way toward the large east-to-west river. She reached the river, turned left, and soon emerged at the man-made lake. She spent a couple of hours at the lake, trying to relax, but she could not fully shake the uneasy feeling. Every little rustle of the leaves, every crack of a branch in the distance made her jump. Still, nothing happened. The forest remained quiet, and she did not hear any more bells or see any people. Later that afternoon, she packed up her things and began the long hike back. She walked along the river, turned onto the stream path, and passed the headless beaver once again. It was still lying there, cold and undisturbed. She hiked the remaining hour back to her car, got in, and drove home. She did not tell her parents about the bell or the beaver because she did not want them to worry or forbid her from going to the lake in the future. Fast forward to about a week later, Bella had spent her time catching up with friends from high school, sleeping in, and enjoying her summer break. But by the end of the week, she began to feel restless. She wanted to go back to the lake. The memory of the terrifying hike had faded slightly, and she convinced herself that she had simply let her imagination run wild. It was a late afternoon when she made the decision to go. She looked at the clock, and it was already 5:30 p.m. Now, Bella knew the math of this hike very well. It took 2 hours to get to the lake and 2 hours to get back. That was a 4-hour round trip. Sunset that evening was scheduled for exactly 9 p.m. If she left her house right then, drove the 2 miles, and began hiking by 5:45 p.m., she would reach the lake around 7:45 p.m. She would only have a few minutes to look at the water before she would have to immediately turn around and hike back to ensure she reached her car by 9:45 p.m. This meant the final 45 minutes of her hike back would be in the twilight or near darkness. Normally, she would never start a hike this late, especially with the weather forecast predicting potential summer thunderstorms. But Bella was feeling stubborn and impulsive. She wanted to challenge herself. She decided she would simply hike at an incredibly fast pace, practically jogging, to shave off some time and beat the darkness. As she was heading out the door, her parents stopped her. They looked out the window at the darkening sky and expressed their concern. They told her it was getting late, the clouds looked heavy, and a storm was rolling in. They suggested she wait until the morning. But Bella smiled, waved them off, and told them she would be completely fine and would be back before they knew it. She drove to the dirt shoulder, parked her car, and stepped into the woods. Immediately, she noticed the forest felt different than it had a week ago. The sky above the canopy was thick with heavy, dark gray clouds. The wind was picking up, causing the branches of the tall trees to sway and creak loudly. The air felt heavy, cold, and damp, carrying the distinct scent of oncoming rain. But Bella was determined. She set off at a very fast pace, almost a light jog, keeping her eyes glued to the narrow path next to the stream. She was making excellent time. Within about 40 minutes, she was already deep into the woods, far past the halfway mark. As she pushed forward, she noticed the sky was growing darker much faster than she had anticipated. The thick storm clouds were blocking out the remaining sunlight, casting the entire forest into a deep, eerie twilight. Thunder began to rumble in the distance, a low, vibrating sound that shook the ground beneath her feet. Still, she kept going. She reached the area where she had seen the dead beaver a week prior. As she passed the spot, she glanced down and saw the carcass was still there, but it was now in a state of decay, looking shriveled, gray, and bloated. She quickly looked away and kept moving. Just as she was approaching the end of the stream path, near the point where she would have to step onto the river stones, the sky finally opened up. An absolute deluge of rain came pouring down. It was a massive summer thunderstorm. The rain was so heavy that it instantly drenched her clothes, dripping down her face and blurring her vision. Lightning flashed brightly through the trees, followed immediately by deafening cracks of thunder that seemed to explode right over her head. At this point, Bella was standing at the edge of the large east-to-west river, just 15 minutes away from the lake. She was shivering from the cold rain, and she could barely see more than a few feet in front of her. She looked at her watch. It was already past 8 p.m. She realized she had made a terrible mistake. The storm had made it virtually dark already. The rocks in the stream would be incredibly slick and dangerous to walk on, and the water level would surely begin to rise. If she pushed onto the lake, she would be adding another 30 minutes to her trip, forcing her to navigate the treacherous forest in complete pitch-black darkness during a violent storm. With a heavy heart and a growing sense of anxiety, Bella decided to turn back. She had to abandon her goal. She turned around and began her retreat. She walked as fast as she safely could, keeping her head down to shield her eyes from the driving rain. She kept her focus entirely on her feet, watching every step to ensure she did not slip on the muddy, wet trail or trip over the exposed tree roots. She had been walking back along the stream trail for about 10 minutes, completely focused on the ground, when her head suddenly collided with something. The impact was soft but solid, a strange, squishy sensation that caught her completely off guard. She let out a sharp gasp and stumbled backward, rubbing her forehead. She blinked away the rainwater and looked up to see what she had run into. Dangling from a low-hanging branch directly over the middle of the trail, right at her eye level, was the dead beaver. But it was not as she had left it on the ground. Someone had taken the decaying headless carcass from the dirt and used a thick cord to hang it from the tree branch. The animal was suspended in midair, swaying gently in the wind and rain. Its front paws had been pulled forward and tied together, positioned as if it were holding something. And resting on top of those tied paws, facing directly toward Bella, was the severed head of the beaver. It had been crudely, violently stitched onto the paws with thick black thread. The empty, dead eyes of the animal seemed to stare directly into Bella's soul. Bella let out a horrified shriek, her heart leaping into her throat. She stumbled back several steps, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. She knew with absolute certainty that this had not been here when she walked past this spot 40 minutes ago. It was physically impossible for her to have missed a dangling dead beaver at eye level in the middle of the narrow path. This meant that while she was walking toward the river, someone had picked up the decaying carcass, climbed up, tied it to the branch, stitched the head to the paws, and positioned it specifically for her to run into on her way back. And that meant whoever did this was still out here. They were in the woods with her, right now, in the pitch black and the pouring rain. An overwhelming wave of primal terror washed over Bella. She realized she was in extreme danger. She had to get out of the forest immediately. She told herself to stay calm, to not panic, because if she lost her footing or got lost in the dark, she would be completely at the mercy of whoever was lurking in the shadows. She stepped off the trail, brushing past the wet ferns to get around the dangling carcass. Once she was past it, she began to walk at an incredibly fast pace. She did not want to run yet because she feared she would trip and break her ankle. But as she pushed forward through the dark, she began to hear something over the sound of the wind and the rain. She heard the sound of footsteps behind her. They were heavy, fast steps crashing through the thick brush and snapping branches. The sounds were close, far too close. Bella felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. She wanted to turn around to see what was there, but she was too terrified of what she might see. She kept her eyes focused forward, picking up her pace to a fast jog. And then, she heard it. The bell. It started ringing again, right behind her. It was the same metallic, sporadic clanging she had heard a week ago. But now, it was not off in the distance. It was directly behind her, moving at the exact same pace as the heavy footsteps. Every time the footsteps crashed through the brush, the bell clanged violently. The realization hit her like a physical blow. Whoever was chasing her had the bell attached to them. They were hunting her. Bella could not control her fear any longer. She let out a scream and began to sprint as fast as she possibly could. She ran blindly through the darkness, her boots splashing through deep mud puddles and slipping on wet leaves. Branches slapped against her face and tore at her clothes, but she barely felt them. All she could hear was the pounding of her own heart, the roaring of the wind, and the relentless, terrifying clang of the bell right on her heels. She pulled her phone out of her pocket with trembling hands. She did not even try to dial the emergency number. She speed dialed her father. Her phone screen glowed brightly in the dark. It rang once, twice, and then her father's voice came through the speaker. He asked if she was okay, noting how late it was and how bad the storm had gotten. Bella screamed into the phone, her voice cracking with pure terror. She told him that someone was chasing her, that she was running for her life, and that he had to come to the trailhead immediately. She was crying, sobbing, barely able to form coherent words as she ran. Her father's voice instantly changed from calm to absolute panic. He told her that he and her mother were leaving right now, that they would drive to the shoulder immediately, and that she should keep running and keep the phone line open. As Bella sprinted, she could hear her father screaming instructions through the phone, but she could also hear the bell behind her. The stalker was gaining on her. In a desperate attempt to deter her pursuer, Bella began to scream into the dark forest. She yelled that she had the police on the phone, that they were already at the road, and that they would shoot if the person did not stop. But the heavy footsteps and the erratic clanging of the bell did not slow down. If anything, the stalker seemed to run faster, driven by her screams. Meanwhile, miles away, Bella's parents scrambled out of their house and jumped into their car. They sped down the winding mountain road, the windshield wipers struggling to keep up with the torrential downpour. They kept the phone line active, listening to the agonizing sounds of their daughter running, crying, and screaming for her life, accompanied by the chilling, distant clang of a metallic bell. When they finally pulled up to the dark, unmarked shoulder of the road, they threw the car doors open and stepped out into the storm. They stood at the edge of the tree line, shouting Bella's name into the darkness. And as they listened, they could hear, echoing from deep within the forest, the faint, terrified screams of their daughter and the clear, rhythmic clanging of a bell. They realized she was still deep inside the woods, and they began to sprint down the narrow goat path to find her. But the problem was, Bella was reaching her physical limit. She had been sprinting through a muddy, uneven forest in a torrential storm for over 20 minutes. Her muscles were burning, her lungs felt like they were on fire, and her vision was swimming from exhaustion. She stumbled over a thick tree root and went crashing to the ground, scraping her hands and knees on the sharp rocks. She struggled to get back up, but her legs felt like lead. She had no energy left. She managed to drag herself onto a large boulder next to the stream and collapsed there, panting heavily, sobbing into the cold rain. And then the footsteps behind her stopped. The bell went completely silent. The sudden quiet was deafening. Bella lay on the cold rock, shivering, her phone still in her hand. Her father's voice was screaming through the speaker, telling her they were in the woods, they were coming, but his voice sounded so far away. Bella knew she had to look. She could not lie there and wait to be attacked from behind. She had to face whatever was hunting her. She slowly turned her body around, sitting up on the rock. She had stopped in a small clearing where the canopy of the trees was slightly thinner. For a brief moment, the heavy rain eased slightly, and the dark clouds parted just enough to let a sliver of pale moonlight filter down into the woods. Bella looked across the clearing, her eyes wide with terror. And there, standing at the edge of the tree line, just 20 feet away, was a figure. It was an unnaturally tall, incredibly thin person. They were dressed in dark, ragged clothing that seemed to cling to their skeletal frame. But the most terrifying thing was the way they were standing. The figure was completely still, staring directly at Bella. And then, it took a single, slow step forward into the clearing. As it moved, its body jerked in a strange, unnatural, herky-jerky motion. It was not a smooth human stride. It looked like a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. And as it took that step, a loud, sharp clang echoed through the clearing. Bella's eyes traveled down to the figure's waist. Tied tightly to its hip with a thick leather strap was a heavy, rusted metal bell. It looked exactly like an old cowbell. Every time the figure's hip jerked forward with that strange mechanical stride, the bell would swing and clang loudly. The figure stared at her, its face obscured by the shadows and the rain, but she could feel the intense, malevolent gaze fixed upon her. Seeing this creature, this person, standing so close, watching her with such cold, calculated malice, triggered a final, desperate surge of adrenaline in Bella's body. She let out a piercing scream, scrambled off the rock, and began to run again. She did not look back. She did not care about the mud, the rocks, or the branches. She ran with the pure, unadulterated instinct of a prey animal escaping a predator. Behind her, the herky-jerky footsteps picked up, and the clanging of the bell became a frantic, chaotic storm of noise. The stalker was sprinting after her. Bella ran for another 5 agonizing minutes, her vision fading on the verge of collapsing. And then, suddenly, a bright flashlight beam cut through the darkness ahead of her. She heard her father's voice screaming her name. She burst through a thick patch of bushes and collided directly with her father, who caught her in his arms. She clung to him, sobbing hysterically, pointing back into the dark woods, gasping that something was right behind her. Her father shone his flashlight back down the path, but the light revealed nothing but empty trees and falling rain. The clanging of the bell had stopped the moment they emerged. Her father scooped Bella up in his arms and ran back toward the road, with her mother running closely behind them. They scrambled into their car, slammed the doors shut, locked them, and sped away from the forest as fast as the car would go. Bella was taken straight to the local police station. She was shivering, covered in mud, scratches, and bruises, and completely traumatized. She spent hours speaking with the officers, describing the bell, the decapitated beaver, the dangling carcass with the stitched head, and the terrifying, tall, thin figure that had chased her through the storm. The police took her report very seriously. The next morning, as soon as the sun came up, a large search team of officers and tracking dogs was sent into the forest. They searched the entire trail along the stream, all the way to the large river and the lake. But the storm had been incredibly violent, washing away almost all physical footprints and scents. When they reached the spot where Bella had seen the dangling beaver, they found nothing. The carcass was gone, and the cord that had been used to tie it to the branch had been cleanly cut and removed. They searched the area where Bella had dropped her backpack during her flight. The backpack was completely gone. The only piece of evidence the police found was located about halfway down the stream trail. Tucked neatly under a large flat rock next to the path was a brand new clean black t-shirt. It had been folded with perfect military precision. It did not belong to Bella, and there was no logical explanation for why a pristine, folded t-shirt would be hidden under a rock in the middle of a dense, uninhabited mountain forest. The police concluded that Bella had likely crossed paths with a highly dangerous, mentally unstable transient or a local resident who was using the forest to commit bizarre acts of animal cruelty and terrorize hikers. They warned her and her family to stay away from the area, as they could not guarantee her safety. For Bella, the psychological scars of that night would never fully heal. The forest that had been her sanctuary, her childhood playground, and her favorite place in the world had become a place of absolute nightmare. She could never look at the trees the same way again. She never returned to those woods. To this day, the identity of the tall, thin figure with the cowbell on his waist and his bizarre, terrifying motives remain a complete mystery. But as terrifying as it is to think of a physical monster lurking in the dark woods, there are other kinds of monsters in this world. There are silent, invisible predators that do not hide behind trees or carry rusted bells. Instead, they slip quietly into your bloodstream, hide deep within your tissues, and slowly, systematically destroy your entire life from the inside out, while the rest of the world slowly begins to doubt your sanity. This was the terrifying reality for a woman named Ellie Lobel. To understand the sheer tragedy of Ellie's story, you have to understand who she was before her life was completely derailed. Back in the mid-1990s, Ellie was a woman who seemingly had it all. She was in her early 30s, living in the beautiful, quiet state of Connecticut. She was exceptionally intelligent, highly motivated, and had built a highly successful, lucrative career as a high-powered attorney. She was also happily married to a man she loved, and together they had young, beautiful children. Ellie was the kind of mother who was deeply involved in her children's lives, balancing her demanding career with family vacations, school events, and a warm, loving home. On top of all this, Ellie was an incredibly active, fit person. She loved the outdoors, she exercised constantly, and she prided herself on her strength, her health, and her boundless energy. She was, by all accounts, living the absolute definition of the American dream. But all of that began to unravel on a perfectly ordinary autumn day in Connecticut. Ellie decided to go for a hike in a local wooded area. It was a beautiful, crisp fall afternoon, the kind of day she absolutely lived for. She spent a few hours walking through the colorful falling leaves, enjoying the fresh air and the physical exercise. When she finished her hike, she returned to her home, feeling a bit tired, which she assumed was just the natural result of a good physical workout. But later that evening, she began to feel incredibly under the weather. She felt a sudden, deep fatigue settle into her bones. Her muscles began to ache, and she felt a wave of mild nausea wash over her. Ellie was not a sickly person. She rarely, if ever, got sick, so she assumed she had simply caught a mild flu, or perhaps she was just feeling worn out from her hectic work schedule at the law firm. She took some over-the-counter medicine, drank some water, and went to bed early, fully expecting to feel completely normal in the morning. But the problem was, she did not. When she woke up the next day, the fatigue was still there, heavier than before. Her body felt stiff, and her mind felt strangely foggy, as if she were trying to think through a thick layer of cotton. She pushed through it, going to work and taking care of her children, telling herself that it would pass in a day or two. But days turned into weeks, and the symptoms did not go away. In fact, they seemed to fluctuate in strange, unpredictable ways. Some days she would feel relatively normal, and then the next day she would be hit with an overwhelming, crushing wave of exhaustion that made it difficult to even get out of bed. She began to experience strange, migratory pains in her joints, headaches, and a persistent, low-grade fever. Concerned, Ellie went to see her primary care physician. The doctor ran some standard blood tests, checked her vitals, and asked about her lifestyle. When the tests came back completely normal, the doctor looked at Ellie's busy, stressful schedule as a high-powered attorney and mother of young children and concluded that she was simply suffering from severe stress and burnout. The doctor advised her to take some time off work, rest, and let her body recover naturally. Ellie took the doctor's advice. She stepped back from her heavy workload at the law firm, stayed home, and tried to rest as much as possible. But the rest did not help. The symptoms persisted, and as the months rolled by, they began to get worse. This was the beginning of what would become a 15-year descent into absolute living hell. Ellie began to visit specialist after specialist, desperately searching for answers. She saw neurologists, rheumatologists, infectious disease experts, and alternative medicine practitioners. She underwent countless blood tests, MRI scans, CT scans, and experimental treatments. But the problem was, every single test came back negative. To the medical world, Ellie Lobel was perfectly healthy. When doctors cannot find a physical cause for a patient's suffering, they often begin to suggest that the suffering is psychological. And this is exactly what happened to Ellie. Doctors began to hint that her symptoms were psychosomatic, that she was suffering from depression, anxiety, or hypochondria. They prescribed her various antidepressants and anti-anxiety medications, which did absolutely nothing to relieve her physical pain and fatigue. As the years dragged on, the people in Ellie's life began to change their attitude toward her. Initially, her family and friends were incredibly supportive and sympathetic. But as year after year passed with no diagnosis and with Ellie constantly canceling plans, staying in bed, and complaining of a mystery illness that no doctor could find any evidence of, the sympathy began to wear thin. People in her social circle began to suspect she was exaggerating her symptoms, or worse, that she was using her illness as an excuse to avoid her responsibilities as a wife, a mother, and an attorney. This growing skepticism began to severely erode her marriage. Her husband, who had once been her partner and biggest supporter, grew increasingly frustrated and resentful. He could not understand how a woman who had once been so strong, vibrant, and independent could now be so completely incapacitated by an illness that apparently did not exist on any medical chart. They began to fight constantly. He accused her of giving up on her life, her career, and her family. Ellie was devastated. She was not faking. She felt as though her body was actively betraying her, and now the people she loved most were betraying her too by refusing to believe her. The constant tension and lack of support eventually became too much to bear. After years of struggling to maintain their relationship, Ellie and her husband got divorced. The divorce was a massive blow, but the tragedy did not stop there. As her children grew older, they too began to drift away. They had spent their formative years watching their mother struggle with a mysterious, undiagnosed condition, and they had been deeply influenced by their father's growing skepticism. They grew to believe that their mother was simply unstable or emotionally unavailable. One by one, as they reached adulthood, they moved out of the house, established their own lives, and distanced themselves from Ellie. Ellie was also forced to completely give up her career as a lawyer. The cognitive impairment, often referred to as brain fog, became so severe that she could no longer read complex legal documents, remember crucial details of cases, or speak articulately in a courtroom. The career she had worked so hard to build and that had defined so much of her identity was completely gone. By the time 15 years had passed, Ellie Lobel was a shell of her former self. She was in her late 40s, living alone in a small apartment, divorced, unemployed, broke, and in constant chronic physical pain. And then, around the 15-year mark, her symptoms suddenly took a turn for the absolute worst. The chronic, low-grade suffering she had endured for a decade and a half suddenly transformed into a severe, acute health crisis. She began to experience intense stabbing pains in her abdomen, severe difficulty breathing, and a level of weakness so profound that she could barely lift her hands. She was rushed to the hospital where emergency room doctors ran a battery of urgent tests. For the first time in 15 years, the tests showed something concrete and undeniable. But the problem was, it was the worst possible news. Ellie's major organs were beginning to fail. Her kidneys and her liver were actively shutting down, and her heart was under immense strain. The doctors sat by her bedside and told her that whatever mystery illness she had been suffering from for the last 15 years had finally reached its terminal, end stage. They offered to put her through a series of highly aggressive experimental medical treatments to try and prolong her life. But they were very honest with her. These treatments would be incredibly painful, they would require her to remain in a hospital bed hooked up to machines, and they had a very low chance of success. At best, They might buy her a few more months of extremely poor quality of life. Alternatively, they told her she could choose to do nothing, enter palliative care, and let nature take its course. To Ellie, this news was not a tragedy. It was a profound, beautiful relief. She had spent 15 years fighting a war against an invisible enemy, losing her husband, her children, her career, her savings, and her health in the process. She was tired. She had absolutely nothing left to fight for. The thought of spending her final weeks in a cold, sterile hospital room, being poked with needles and hooked up to noisy machines, sounded like a horror story. She decided she wanted to die on her own terms, with dignity and peace. She refused all medical treatments. She told the doctors she was going to let herself go. But Ellie did not want to die in Connecticut, surrounded by the memories of the life she had lost. She wanted to spend her final days in a place she had always loved, Southern California. She kept her decision completely secret from her family. She knew that despite their emotional distance, if her children or her ex-husband found out she was actively choosing to die, they would intervene, call the authorities, and force her into a hospital. She did not want that. She quietly hired a professional end-of-life caretaker. This is a person whose job is not to treat a patient or try to cure them, but simply to remain by their side, administer pain medication, keep them comfortable, and handle the legal and practical logistics when the patient finally passes away. Together with her caretaker, Ellie packed a small bag and traveled to a quiet, picturesque coastal town in Southern California. She rented a beautiful, sunny Airbnb that looked out over a vibrant landscape. Her plan was simple, peaceful, and incredibly deliberate. She was going to get into bed, open the window to let the warm California breeze and the scent of flowers in, and quite literally lay there until she died. She decided she would stop eating, sip only enough water to wet her parched throat, and let her failing organs finish their work. For the first 3 days in the Airbnb, Ellie did exactly that. She lay in the comfortable bed, watching the curtains flutter in the breeze. She grew weaker and weaker with each passing hour. Her skin turned pale, her breathing became shallow, and she felt her consciousness slipping away. She was ready. She was welcoming the darkness. But by the afternoon of the 3rd day, she was still alive. Her body, despite being in the advanced stages of organ failure, was stubborn. It was refusing to let go as quickly as she wanted. She felt incredibly stiff, sore, and suffocated from spending 72 hours lying in the same bed. She looked out the window and saw the beautiful, bright California sunshine. She decided that she would take a temporary break from her deathbed. She wanted to feel the sun on her face one last time, to smell the wild flowers, and to take a short, final walk before she returned to the bed to die. She called her caretaker over and asked him to help her up. She was incredibly frail, barely able to support her own weight, but she leaned heavily on his arm as he guided her out of the house and onto the sidewalk. They began a very slow, painful walk down the quiet street. The warm sun felt wonderful on her cold skin, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. A short distance from the Airbnb, they reached a beautiful stretch of sidewalk that ran alongside a massive open meadow. The separation between the sidewalk and the meadow was marked by a simple, rustic wooden slat fence. The meadow was absolutely breathtaking. It was a massive, rolling field completely covered in thousands of vibrant, colorful wildflowers. There were yellows, purples, reds, and blues stretching out as far as the eye could see. Ellie was deeply moved by the sight. She felt a profound sense of peace. She told her caretaker that she wanted to stop. She wanted to stand right there, hold on to the wooden fence for support, and simply look at this beautiful field for a few minutes. Her caretaker stood beside her, keeping a gentle hold on her arm as she leaned against the fence, staring out at the flowers, feeling completely at peace with her impending death. And then she heard a sound. It was a low, heavy, buzzing sound. At first, Ellie did not pay any attention to it. It was a meadow filled with flowers, so it was completely natural for there to be insects and bees buzzing around. But the sound grew rapidly louder, transitioning from a gentle hum to a sharp, angry buzz. She felt something land on her forehead. She looked up slightly and saw a very large, dark bee resting on her skin. She did not know it at the time, but this was an Africanized honeybee, commonly known as a killer bee. Before she could even lift her hand to brush the bee away, the heavy buzzing sound suddenly exploded into a deafening roar. Ellie looked up, and her heart froze. Hovering directly over her head was a massive black cloud. It was a swarm of thousands of Africanized killer bees. They had been nesting nearby, and for some reason they had been agitated and decided to swarm. And they chose Ellie as their target. Without any warning, the black cloud descended upon her. Within seconds, Ellie was completely covered in bees. They swarmed over her face, her neck, her arms, and her legs, crawling under her clothes and into her hair. And they began to sting her. They stung her relentlessly, over and over and over again. It was an agonizing, burning pain, like thousands of tiny hot needles being driven into her flesh simultaneously. Ellie, in her incredibly weak, frail state, could not fight them off. She let out a weak cry and collapsed onto the concrete sidewalk, curling into a fetal position as the bees continued their brutal, furious attack. Her caretaker, seeing this horrifying scene unfold, panicked. He was not prepared for a swarm of killer bees. Fearing for his own life, he let go of Ellie, turned around, and ran down the street as fast as he could, completely abandoning her. Ellie lay on the sidewalk, engulfed in the swarm, getting stung hundreds of times. She could feel her throat beginning to swell from the sheer volume of venom entering her system. But then, down the street, her caretaker stopped. He looked back and saw the frail, dying woman lying helpless on the ground, being literally eaten alive by bees. Despite his terror, his basic human decency took over. He realized he could not let her die like this. He took a deep breath, ran back into the buzzing black swarm, grabbed Ellie by her arms, and dragged her off the ground. He slung her over his shoulder, running as fast as he could back toward the Airbnb, swatting at the bees that were chasing them. As he ran, Ellie, barely conscious, gasped out a plea. She begged him not to call an ambulance and not to take her to the hospital. She wanted to go to her bed. She wanted this to be the end. The caretaker burst through the front door of the Airbnb, slamming it shut behind them, trapping the remaining bees outside. He carried Ellie into her bedroom and laid her gently on the bed. Ellie was in a horrific state. Her face was swollen beyond recognition, her eyes were shut tight, and her skin was covered in hundreds of painful red welts. She was shivering violently, her body reacting to the massive influx of bee venom. The caretaker begged her to let him call emergency services, telling her that the amount of venom she had received could easily kill a healthy person, let alone someone in her condition. But Ellie refused. She gasped out that she was already dying anyway and that she wanted to let the venom finish her off quickly. She did not want to die in a hospital. Reluctantly, the caretaker respected her wishes. He applied some cool cloths to her swollen skin, sat by her bed, and waited for her to pass away. For 3 days, Ellie lay in that bed, trapped in a state of semi-consciousness, enduring excruciating pain as her body processed the hundreds of bee stings. But on the morning of the 3rd day, something extraordinary happened. Ellie woke up. She opened her eyes, and for the first time in 15 years, her mind felt completely clear. The thick, heavy brain fog that had plagued her for a decade and a half was gone. She slowly sat up in bed. She braced herself for the agonizing joint pain, the deep muscle aches, and the crushing fatigue that had been her constant companions for 15 years. But she felt nothing. She felt a strange, warm energy flowing through her limbs. Her joints felt loose and pain-free. The constant, dull ache in her back was gone. She felt remarkably strong, alert, and alive. She looked at her hands. The swelling from the bee stings had gone down significantly, but more importantly, she felt healthier than she had since her early 30s. Ellie was completely baffled. She was a highly educated, pragmatic lawyer, and she knew that people do not simply wake up cured of terminal organ failure and a 15-year mystery illness after being brutally attacked by a swarm of killer bees. It made absolutely no scientific sense. She decided she had to find answers. She got out of bed, sat at her computer, and began to conduct exhaustive research. She searched for any connection between bee venom and chronic, undiagnosed illnesses. And after hours of digging through medical journals and obscure databases, she stumbled across a highly unusual, virtually forgotten study that had been conducted in Australia in the 1990s. A group of scientists had been researching Lyme disease, a highly destructive bacterial infection transmitted by tick bites. They had discovered that in the late advanced stages of Lyme disease, the bacteria can hide deep within the body's tissues and organs, causing a massive chronic inflammatory response that mimics autoimmune diseases, chronic fatigue syndrome, and mental illness, eventually leading to organ failure. The Australian scientists had developed a theory. They discovered that melittin, a powerful peptide found in honeybee venom, has the unique ability to target and destroy the outer membrane of the Lyme disease bacteria, effectively killing it. However, the scientists could never test this theory on human patients. To do so, they would have to take a terminally ill, near-death Lyme disease patient and intentionally subject them to a massive, potentially lethal dose of bee venom, which was a massive violation of medical ethics. The study was shut down, and the theory was never proven. Until Ellie Lobel accidentally conducted that very experiment on herself. The truth of Ellie's 15-year nightmare finally stood revealed. On that crisp autumn afternoon in Connecticut 15 years ago, she had indeed been bitten by a tiny tick. Because she was incredibly fit and active, she did not notice the bite, and she never developed the classic bullseye rash that is typically associated with Lyme disease. Because the infection was not caught early and treated with simple antibiotics, the bacteria had spread throughout her body, slowly destroying her nervous system, her joints, her brain, and eventually her organs over the course of 15 years, while every doctor she saw completely missed the diagnosis. When she was attacked by the swarm of Africanized killer bees in Southern California, her body was pumped full of a massive concentrated dose of melittin. The bee venom had acted as a highly targeted, aggressive antibiotic, systematically wiping out the 15-year-old Lyme infection in her body, saving her organs from failure, and completely curing her. The very thing she had hoped would end her life had actually given her life back. Ellie's recovery was complete and permanent. She regained her physical strength, her mental clarity, and her boundless energy. While she could not get back the 15 years she had lost, or rebuild the marriage that had been ruined by her illness, she was able to reconcile with her children, who finally understood that their mother had indeed been suffering from a very real, very terrible disease. Ellie decided to dedicate the rest of her life to helping others who were suffering from chronic, undiagnosed illnesses. She became a prominent advocate for Lyme disease awareness and alternative therapies, traveling the country to speak to large crowds about her extraordinary survival and the miraculous, accidental cure that had saved her life. It is truly incredible how a single random event can completely reshape our lives. For Bella, a simple walk in her childhood woods turned into a lifelong nightmare of a stalker she could never identify, leaving her with a permanent fear of the very place she once found peace. For Ellie Lobel, a terrifying attack by a swarm of killer bees, which should have been her death sentence, became the precise miracle that rescued her from a 15-year slow death, giving her a second chance at life. Both of these women stepped into the wilderness expecting one thing, and both emerged with their lives forever changed in the most strange, dark, and mysterious ways possible. And that is the beauty and the terror of the world we live in. We walk through our ordinary routines, making plans, hiking trails, and looking at flowers, completely unaware of the extraordinary forces that are waiting just beyond the tree line or hiding within the grass. Sometimes those forces are monsters with bells on their hips, and sometimes they are swarms of bees carrying a cure. But whatever they are always watching, always waiting, and always ready to change our lives forever. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya.
Sometimes the most frightening stories are not the ones about monsters hiding in the dark or shadowy figures in the woods. They are the stories that start in the most ordinary of places. A radio station, a military ship, a county jail. They involve regular people making what seem like small decisions, but those decisions create ripples that spiral into something truly unbelievable and often tragic. Today we're looking at 3 stories where a simple choice, a fun contest, and a routine arrest went horribly wrong. One is a story of incredible laziness, another of a game that turned deadly, and the last is a story of a man being completely forgotten by the world. To do this first story justice, it has to be told in the first person. So just know, for this part, I am simply an actor relaying someone else's experience. I was on a U. S, military ship, sitting in the wardroom. The wardroom is basically the officer's lounge, a place to grab a coffee or a bite to eat. It was early morning, and the operations officer came stumbling in. This guy was the absolute definition of not a morning person. He was bleary-eyed, moving like a zombie, and clutching a bagel in his hand. He sits down at the table directly across from me, barely conscious, and starts gnawing on his breakfast. I was sitting with my back to the outboard side of the ship, which is the outside wall. Right next to my head was a porthole, and the morning sun was beaming through it. The light cut right across the room and was hitting this officer directly in his face. He's squinting, trying to block the sun with his hand, looking totally miserable. I'm just watching him, expecting him to do the logical thing and just shift his chair a few inches to the left or right to get out of the sun's path. But he doesn't. Instead, this officer slowly, and I mean slowly, reaches for the phone that was mounted on the wall. He picks up the receiver, brings it to his ear, and in a groggy voice he says, "Yeah, bridge!" Yeah, this is ops. "I need you to adjust our path." He pauses for a second. "Yeah, 156. Yep, that's about right." "Okay. All right, bye." He hangs up the phone and just sits there. He hasn't moved an inch. He's still squinting, looking up at the sunlight that's blazing on his face. I'm looking back and forth between him and the porthole, trying to figure out what just happened. And then I see it. The circle of light from the porthole gradually begins to shift off of him. It moves across the table, onto the wall behind him, and then it just stops. By ordering the bridge to change the ship's course by about 15 degrees, he had changed the ship's position just enough to move the sun off his face. He literally redirected thousands of tons of steel and a crew of hundreds of people just because he was too lazy to move his chair. I was in total awe. I couldn't believe what I had just witnessed. For a second, I worried that the sheer, unbelievable brilliance of this move was lost on him in his tired state. But then, as I'm just staring at him, he takes a bite of his bagel, looks up at me, and gives me a little smile before going right back to his breakfast. In November of 2006, Nintendo released a brand new gaming console. It was called the Wii, and it was an absolute sensation. It was so popular that it sold out almost completely right away. By January of the next year, you still couldn't find one on the shelves in most places around the world. People were going crazy, spending unbelievable amounts of money online just to get their hands on one. A radio station in Sacramento, California called KDND managed to get a hold of one of these coveted systems. They decided they would give it away as a prize in an on-air contest. The contest had a catchy, if a bit silly, name. It was called Hold Your Wii for a Wii. The premise was simple. Contestants would be given lots and lots of water to drink. The person who could hold it the longest, meaning they didn't go to the bathroom to urinate, would win the brand new Nintendo Wii. In the days leading up to the contest, the radio station promoted it very aggressively on the air. As they did, lots of concerned listeners started calling in. They warned the station that drinking too much water too quickly can actually be deadly, but the station just brushed these concerns off. The on-air personalities said they were aware of the risks and that all the contestants would be signing a waiver. This waiver, they claimed, meant the station was not responsible for whatever happened to them. On the morning of Friday, January 12th, 18 contestants showed up at the KDND radio station. They were all led into a room and handed their waivers to sign. One contestant later said the waiver only seemed to cover publicity issues, not anything about health and safety. One of the people there that day was a 28-year-old woman named Jennifer Strange. Jennifer was a mother of 3, and she was there trying to win this Wii for her kids. She, along with everyone else, signed the paper and was then ushered into the contest room. The rules were laid out. They were each handed an 8-ounce bottle of water. Every 15 minutes, they were expected to finish that water bottle. If they couldn't finish it in time, or if they got up to use the bathroom at any point, they were out of the contest. The contest officially started at 6:45 a.m. By 8 a.m., after 5 bottles of water had been consumed, a number of contestants had already pulled themselves out of the game to use the bathroom. The radio staff, however, felt like the contest was moving too slowly. So, to speed things up, they gave the remaining contestants, including Jennifer, a larger bottle of water to drink from. Over the next several hours, all of the contestants, except for Jennifer and one other person, had dropped out. The pain was just too much. They had to go to the bathroom. Jennifer was heard on the air, her voice strained, saying that it hurt so much. One of the radio hosts just laughed and said, "Well, do you need to lay down?" Then someone else piped up and said, "She can't even walk." And the room just filled with laughter, and nobody did anything. Around this time, a nurse who was listening to the broadcast called into the station. She very emphatically told them that what they were doing was a really, really bad idea. She said, "You're going to get someone killed from water intoxication." Water intoxication, also known as water poisoning, is a very real and dangerous condition. In a nutshell, when you drink way too much water in a short period of time, it dilutes the sodium levels in your bloodstream. This can cause your cells, including your brain cells, to swell up. This swelling can lead to comas, seizures, and even death. The host, after hearing this nurse's very serious concern, just turned away from the phone and yelled to the contestants, "Hey, is anybody dying out there?" Then he just laughed and hung up on the nurse. A little while later, you can hear one of the hosts on the broadcast commenting on how Jennifer's belly looked really strange. It had become totally distended and bloated. They joked that it looked like she was pregnant. At some point, both Jennifer and the other remaining contestant started vomiting. But instead of dropping out of the contest, they just continued to drink more water, determined not to go to the bathroom. But finally, the pain became too much for Jennifer to bear. She dropped out of the contest, and she finally relieved herself. For coming in second place, she was given tickets to a Justin Timberlake concert. On her drive home from the radio station, Jennifer began experiencing a horrific headache. It was so bad that she was just sobbing uncontrollably. Through her tears, she called one of her coworkers and told her she wasn't going to be able to make it into work that day. Her head just hurt too much. After she hung up, the coworker she had just spoken to was really concerned about her. She decided to call Jennifer's mother to let her know what was going on. About an hour later, Jennifer's mother headed over to Jennifer's house to check on her. When she got there, she found Jennifer dead in her bathroom. She had died from water poisoning. The station was ultimately sued by Jennifer's family. A jury found the station was negligent, and they were ordered to pay over $16 million in damages. In 2005, a 57-year-old man named Stephen Slevin was physically a healthy man, but mentally he was really struggling. He was depressed and felt like his life didn't have any purpose anymore. So, in August of that year, he decided to just get in his car and go on a road trip. He didn't have a destination. He just felt like if he could get out on the open road and just go somewhere, anywhere, he might start to feel better. On this road trip, he eventually began drinking alcohol. Before long, he was swerving along a New Mexico highway. A police officer saw his erratic driving and pulled him over. Once Stephen failed his sobriety test, the police officer arrested him for a DWI. Stephen was brought to a local detention center. During his booking process, it was discovered that he had a history of mental illness. So the officers, following that county's policy, decided to segregate him from the rest of the general population. In an effort to protect Stephen from himself, they moved him into a padded cell on the first floor. They removed all of his clothing and put him in what's called a suicide smock. It looks kind of like a big, thick blanket that's wrapped around your upper body. It keeps inmates warm and modest, but it also prevents them from being able to ball up their clothes to create a noose they could hurt themselves with. After a few days in this padded cell, Stephen was moved to a better cell. This one had a window, a shower, and a toilet. He was kept there for 2 weeks under strict medical observation. But at the end of those 2 weeks, for reasons that are still not entirely clear, Stephen, this mentally unstable man, was moved into solitary confinement to await his trial for the DWI. Solitary confinement is a type of imprisonment where an inmate is put into a single-person cell and they are kept there nearly around the clock, without any significant human interaction. The psychological effects of solitary confinement are well documented and they are terrifying. Just 15 days in solitary can be enough to cause permanent psychological damage. Stephen's first few weeks in solitary were actually okay. He was allowed to write to his family, and he was able to detox and reflect on his life. During those first few weeks, it was noted in the records that Stephen was very polite in his very limited interactions with the officers who were dropping food off through the slot in his door. Also, when Stephen had a few minor medical issues, instead of throwing a fit, he would just knock on the inside of his door and wait patiently for someone to acknowledge him. This often took a long time, but he never got frustrated or angry. But by January of 2006, so roughly 3 months into his solitary stint, Stephen had not received any updates on when his case was going to go to trial. And he was starting to lose his grip on reality. He was having these severe panic attacks, and he was suffering from intense hallucinations. He desperately wanted to find out how much longer he was going to be kept in that cell, but nobody would tell him anything. He tried writing letters to his family, asking them for help, or asking them to try to get an update on his case. But when he went to actually write the letters, his hands would shake so severely from the stress and anxiety that he literally could not write. Starting that January, Stephen began spending the bulk of his day huddled in the corner of his cell with his knees tucked up to his chest, just rocking back and forth. He was supposed to be allowed out of his cell a few times a month, but in April of that year, that stopped. He almost never left his cell again. And without ever leaving his cell, Stephen was unable to bathe. His skin began to develop a fungus and started to fall off in patches. His fingernails grew long and curled. His teeth began to rot. Finally, on the 8th of May 2007, after 1 year and 8 months of being in solitary confinement, Stephen was transferred out of his cell to a behavioral institute in Las Vegas, Nevada. After bathing and shaving and getting his hair cut and receiving proper medical treatment, he was back to his normal self within a couple of days. While he was there, he had a chance to speak to a lawyer. The lawyer would later say that during their entire meeting, Stephen just kept asking, "Where have I been?" The lawyer explained to him, "You've been in solitary confinement, awaiting trial. You've been there for almost 2 years." Stephen was shocked. He literally didn't believe him. He actually couldn't remember that huge chunk of his life. It was as if his mind, to protect itself, had completely repressed the trauma. But as the lawyer told him more about it, it began to come back to him in flashes. He begged the lawyer to not let them send him back to that solitary confinement cell. The lawyer said, Unfortunately, if that's where they decide to keep you, that's where you'll be until you have your trial. And we have no idea when that trial is going to be. But stay strong. It's bound to be soon. Stephen stayed at the Institute for 2 weeks. During that time, he asked constantly about when his trial was going to happen, but nobody knew. And at the end of those 2 weeks, Stephen was abruptly taken from his room, put in a van, driven back to New Mexico, and put right back into his solitary confinement cell. Immediately, Stephen began to deteriorate again. He begged the guards not to put him back in there, but nobody was listening. And before long, the heavy steel door had shut, and he was all alone again. Within a couple of days, Stephen developed a painful abscess in one of his teeth. He tried to get medical attention, but he was ignored. So he sat in the corner of his cell, and for 8 straight hours one day, he rocked back and forth and violently twisted and yanked and pulled on that infected tooth until he was able to rip it out of his own head. Almost 2 months later, on the 22nd of June 2007, Stephen's case was finally put before a judge. The judge immediately dismissed all of the charges against him. It's believed the judge had found out about the horrible mistreatment Stephen had endured and took pity on him, but we will never know for sure. 3 days later, Stephen was released from jail and reunited with his family. He had been in solitary confinement for 2 years without so much as a single hearing to tell him what was going on with his case. He had essentially been completely forgotten about. He would go on to sue the county, and he won $15.5 million in damages. However, at the same time he was winning this case, he was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer and given less than a year to live. It is unclear if he is still alive today. 3 completely different stories, but they all show how fragile our own worlds can be. How a moment of extreme laziness, a terrible lapse in judgment during a contest, or a crack in the system that's supposed to protect us can change everything forever. It's a haunting reminder that sometimes the real horror isn't some external force, but the devastating consequences of very human decisions. 3 stories. 3 ordinary places. 3 decisions that never should have mattered until they did. Because what makes these stories unsettling isn't just what happened, it's how easily it all began. A small choice. A moment of carelessness. A system that didn't react in time. And suddenly, everything changed. Until next time.
Imagine being trapped inside a cold, sealed metal box 200 miles out in the middle of the North Sea with absolutely no way to escape. Around 10 in the evening on September 9th, 1975, a 24-year-old man named Roger Baldwin and his 29-year-old coworker, Peter Holmes, were doing exactly that. They were crawling on their hands and knees as fast as they could down a narrow metal hallway. Their knees banged against the hard steel floor, and their breath was coming in short, panicked gasps. They were not crawling for fun. They were running for their lives. And the reason they were crawling and not standing or running is because of where they were. They were living inside a pressurized underwater apartment located deep beneath the ocean waves, connected to an offshore oil rig. If you know anything about deep-sea diving, you know it is not as simple as just putting on a scuba tank, swimming down to do some work, and then swimming right back up. When a diver goes down deep into the ocean, the intense pressure of the water forces gases like nitrogen to dissolve into their body tissues. If they come back to the surface too quickly, those gases will form bubbles in their blood and tissues, causing a highly painful and often fatal condition known as decompression sickness or the bends. Because of this danger, divers who work on deep-sea oil rigs have to spend days or even weeks slowly decompressing in special chambers before they can return to the surface. For oil companies, having their workers spend days decompressing after every single shift is a massive waste of time and money. So, to solve this problem, they use a technique called saturation diving. They have the divers live inside a pressurized underwater apartment, which is basically a massive steel container resting on the ocean floor or suspended deep in the water. Inside this metal box, the air pressure is kept at the exact same high pressure as the deep ocean outside. This meant that Roger and Peter did not have to decompress every single day. They lived inside this pressurized apartment for their entire month-long shift. They slept in bunks, ate meals, and relaxed inside this metal tube. When it was time to work, they simply put on their diving gear, stepped through a hatch in the floor straight into the ocean, did their underwater welding or maintenance, and then swam back inside when they were finished. Their bodies stayed pressurized the entire time. They only had to go through the long, grueling decompression process one time at the very end of their shift. To help you visualize what this underwater apartment was like, imagine a heavy steel cylinder about the size of a small school bus. This metal tube was divided into a couple of rooms. One room had metal bunks stacked on top of each other where the divers would sleep. Another room had a tiny table where they could sit and eat. There was also a small toilet and a shower. Everything inside was metallic and cold. The walls were painted with a thick, waterproof coating, but condensation was always dripping down because of the freezing ocean water just on the other side of the steel. To get food and supplies, they had a special mechanism called a medical lock. This was a tiny hatch in the wall of the apartment with two heavy doors. The support crew on the surface would put food, clean clothes, or letters into the lock from their end, seal the outer door, and pressurize the small chamber to match the apartment pressure. Once that was done, the divers would open the inner door to pull the items inside. It was a highly claustrophobic and isolated lifestyle, but it paid incredibly well, and Roger and Peter were good at what they did. To make this high-pressure environment breathable, the air they breathed was not normal air. Normal air contains a high amount of nitrogen, which at these extreme depths becomes highly toxic and causes nitrogen narcosis, a condition that makes you feel completely drunk and disoriented. To avoid this, they breathed the mixture of helium and oxygen, known as heliox. But helium has its own strange effects. It makes your voice sound incredibly high-pitched, like a cartoon character, and it also conducts heat away from the human body much faster than normal air. This meant the divers felt freezing cold very easily, even in a room that would normally feel warm. The life support technicians on the surface had to constantly monitor the temperature and gas levels inside the chamber to keep them alive and comfortable. But on this particular night, Roger and Peter were not thinking about their comfort. They were terrified. The intercom inside their apartment had just crackled to life, and the voice of their surface supervisor, Reed Arnold, came through. Reed told them there was a serious leak in the hallway, the metal tube that connected their living quarters to the rest of the underwater system. If the hallway lost pressure or flooded, the consequences would be catastrophic. They had to get into their main apartment and seal the door behind them immediately. And so they scrambled through the narrow passageway, their hands slipping on the cold metal. They reached their apartment door, threw it open, scrambled inside, and slammed it shut. But the problem was, they were not safe yet. They could close the door from the inside, but they could not fully seal it. The way the system was designed, the final airtight seal had to be created by the supervisor on the surface. Reed had to inject helium gas into their room from his control panel. This extra gas would increase the pressure inside their apartment just enough to push the heavy door tightly against its frame, locking it in place and keeping them safe from the leaking hallway. Roger and Peter sat on the floor, their backs pressed against the metal door, waiting. They looked up at a small camera mounted in the corner of the ceiling. They knew Reed was up on the surface, looking at them through a black and white monitor. They could not talk back to him without a direct radio link active, but they hoped he was watching their every move and doing exactly what was needed to keep them safe. And then they heard a loud, sharp, hissing sound. It was the helium gas rushing into the room. The metal of the door began to creak and groan as the pressure built up, sealing them inside. They felt a massive wave of relief wash over them. They looked up at the camera, nodded, and mouthed the words, "Thank you," to the lens. They figured the danger had passed. Leaks were scary, but they were a known hazard of the job. They figured they would just wait out the repairs, so they took off their heavy diving gear, climbed into their bunks, turned off the lights, and tried to get some rest. But the problem was, up on the surface, Reed Arnold was looking at his control panel and he was starting to panic. Reed was sitting in a warm, dry room on the oil rig, surrounded by dozens of gauges, dials, and switches. Even though the leak in the hallway was still an active issue, he was now noticing a brand new problem. According to his control panel, the door to Roger and Peter's apartment had not fully sealed. The indicator light was showing that there was still a slow leak. Reed knew that if the door was not sealed, the pressure inside the apartment would slowly bleed out. Over several hours, this would drop the pressure to a deadly level, and the two divers would suffocate. It was a slow-motion emergency. Reed knew he had to act. The only way to force the door to seal was to inject more helium into their room, increasing the internal pressure to push the door tighter against the seal. So, he pressed the switch, sending another blast of gas down into the chamber. But the indicator light did not change. It still showed that the door was unsealed. Reed looked over at the live camera feed of the room. He saw Roger and Peter suddenly jump out of their beds. They looked incredibly frantic. They rushed over to the door and started pulling on the handle, trying to force it open. But they could not budge it. Reed thought this made no sense. If the door was not sealed, why couldn't they open it? It should open easily if there was no pressure lock. He watched in disbelief as the two men suddenly stopped trying to open the door. They turned around, walked over to their bunks, and did something incredibly bizarre. They ripped the thick mattresses off their beds, threw them aside, and climbed onto the bare metal bed springs. They began rolling around on the cold metal, writhing in what looked like madness. At this point, Reed thought they were suffering from a diving-related illness. He thought they had breathed in too much carbon dioxide, or perhaps the gas mixture was wrong and they were hallucinating. It is a real thing called hypercapnia or gas toxicity, which can make divers act completely crazy. Reed figured there must be some toxic gas leak in their room. He thought the only way to save them and force that door to seal was to inject even more helium to flush out the room and lock that door down. And so, he kept pressing the button. He injected more and more helium into the apartment. But the truth of what was happening was far more terrible. And then, Reed finally looked closer at his control panel. He began to double-check his gauges and the wiring schematics. And that was when the horrifying truth hit him. He had completely misread the control panel. The apartment door had sealed perfectly the very first time. Roger and Peter were totally safe inside their room. The warning light Reed was looking at was not for the apartment door. It was for the hallway door, which was still leaking. Because he misread the panel, Reed had been pumping massive amounts of helium into a room that was already fully sealed. By doing this, Reed had turned their apartment into a high-pressure pressure cooker. When you compress gas rapidly, it generates immense heat. This is a basic law of physics, but in that small space, it was a death sentence. The temperature inside Roger and Peter's room was skyrocketing. It was getting hotter and hotter by the second. The air was becoming thick and scalding. The men were not acting crazy because of gas madness. They were literally being boiled alive by the rising temperature of the air. They tried to open the door to escape the heat, but the extreme pressure made the door physically impossible to open. The pressure on the door was equivalent to several tons of force. In a desperate attempt to cool their burning skin, they ripped the mattresses off their beds. The mattresses were made of foam and fabric, which trapped the heat. The bare metal bed frames were bolted directly to the steel outer hull of the chamber, which was surrounded by freezing 40-degree North Sea water. They hoped that by pressing their bare skin against the cold metal bed springs, they could find some relief from the blistering heat. But it did not work. The pressure and heat kept rising until the environment became completely unlivable, and both men tragically passed away. It was a devastating accident that shocked the entire commercial diving industry. In the aftermath, investigators descended on the oil rig to figure out how such a terrible mistake could have been made. They conducted a thorough forensic analysis of the control room and the control panel itself. What they found was that the control board was designed in an incredibly poor and ambiguous way. The lines on the mimic diagram, which showed the layout of the valves and doors, actually crossed over each other. The indicator lights for the chamber doors and the hallway doors were placed right next to each other, with tiny, faded labels that were extremely difficult to read under stress. In the end, Reed Arnold did not face criminal charges. The official investigation concluded that the mistake was a direct result of design negligence on the part of the manufacturer, not personal negligence by the supervisor. It was a tragedy that led to a complete redesign of saturation diving control systems worldwide, ensuring that such a simple and fatal misunderstanding could never happen again. But for the families of Roger Baldwin and Peter Holmes, it was a haunting reminder of how a single misread light on a metal board could end 2 young lives in an instant. Fast forward to November 29, 1986, in a quiet rural town in Indiana. The air was cold and crisp, typical for late autumn in the American Midwest. The harvest season had just wrapped up, and the local farmers were busy storing their crops for the winter. At around 11:40 in the morning, a 36-year-old volunteer fire chief named Jack Schoffel was driving his fire truck down a quiet country road. Jack was a well-known and highly respected member of the community. In a small town, the volunteer firefighters are your neighbors, your friends, and the people you see at the local grocery store. Jack took his duties incredibly seriously. Next to him in the cab was his assistant chief, Donald Schnitker, who was also his close friend. They had received a call about a potential fire at a large local farm owned by a man named Jeffrey Wolf. As Jack pulled the heavy fire truck onto the shoulder of the road near the farm, he spotted Jeffrey standing near the edge of the property. Jeffrey was waving his arms, trying to get their attention, and pointing toward a massive metal storage building situated further back on the land. Jack and Donald hopped out of the truck and jogged over to meet him. Jeffrey explained that he had noticed smoke coming from the top of the building, and he was worried that the entire structure might catch fire. Looking in the direction Jeffrey was pointing, they could see a thin, pale plume of smoke rising from the top of the building. It was clear that something was smoldering inside, but from the ground it was impossible to see what it was. The building was a massive 80-foot-tall structure, and it was packed tightly. There were no side doors or low-level windows that allowed them to peer inside. The only way to see what was burning was to climb a long, vertical metal ladder that ran all the way up the outside of the building to a small access window near the very top. Jack and Jeffrey decided they would climb up to take a look, while Donald stayed on the ground to monitor the situation and prepare the truck's equipment. To understand what happened next, we have to talk about the physics of grain storage. Why is a grain silo so dangerous? To understand this, you have to understand how grain is stored and moved. In Indiana, farms grow millions of bushels of corn. When the corn is harvested, it is dried and loaded into these massive metal cylinders called silos. The corn is poured in from the top, forming a massive pile inside. But grain is not like sand or water. It does not flow perfectly. As the grain sits inside the silo, moisture can get inside. This moisture causes the corn kernels to stick together, forming a hard, crusty layer on the top surface. Below this crusty layer, the grain is still loose. When the farmer drains grain out of the bottom of the silo to sell it or use it, a massive empty space, a void, is created directly underneath the hard crust. This is called bridging. It creates a terrifyingly deceptive trap. To someone looking from the top, the surface of the grain looks completely solid. It looks like you could walk right across it. But in reality, it is like a thin sheet of ice over a deep, freezing lake. The moment any significant weight is placed on that crust, it shatters. And when it shatters, the person standing on it instantly falls into the empty void below. But it does not stop there. The moment the crust breaks, all the surrounding grain, thousands of pounds of loose corn, instantly collapses inward. It behaves exactly like a funnel of quicksand. Within seconds, the person is dragged down and completely buried under feet of heavy corn. Once you are buried in grain, it is almost impossible to escape. The weight of the grain presses against your chest. Every time you exhale, your lungs compress. But when you try to inhale again, the loose kernels of corn slide into the empty space around your chest, preventing your lungs from expanding. With each breath, the grain squeezes you tighter and tighter until you can no longer breathe at all. It is a terrifying way to die, and it happens to dozens of farmers and workers every single year. Unaware of the hidden danger waiting for them, Jack and Jeffrey began their long climb up the exterior ladder. The metal rungs were freezing cold against their gloved hands, and the wind whipped around them as they climbed higher and higher. It was a long, exhausting climb, but they finally reached the small window at the very top of the massive structure. When Jack peered inside, he could see smoke, but the interior of the building was packed so full of material that it was hard to pinpoint the source of the fire. To help navigate the space, Jeffrey had previously placed a large, thick piece of plywood on top of the contents inside, right below the window. This plywood was meant to act as a solid platform so someone could step inside the building without sinking. Jeffrey told Jack it was safe to stand on the plywood. Jack climbed through the window and stepped onto the wooden board. He stood there, balancing carefully like a surfer on water, looking around the massive dark space. He was able to locate the smoldering fire. It was small, but he did not have the right tools with him to put it out safely. Jack pulled his radio from his belt and called down to Donald on the ground. He told him they had found the fire and that they were going to climb back down to get their gear and hoses. Donald acknowledged the call and waited by the truck. But as Jack turned to walk back toward the window, he heard a low, deep rumbling sound right beneath his feet. Down on the ground, Donald was staring up at the top of the building, waiting for Jack and Jeffrey to appear. Minutes passed, but nothing happened. It was completely silent. Donald had heard a faint, muffled rumble from inside the building, but he did not think much of it at first. But as the silence dragged on, he started to get worried. He grabbed his radio and called out to Jack. There was no response. He called again and again, his voice getting tighter with worry. Still, nothing but static came through the speaker. Donald knew he could not climb up the ladder alone to investigate. Safety protocols dictated that he had to call for backup. If there was a dangerous situation up there, going in alone could just result in 2 casualties instead of 1. So, with a heavy heart, Donald radioed for emergency assistance. Within minutes, the quiet country farm was swarming with fire trucks, police cars, and rescue vehicles. Firefighters rushed up the ladder and looked through the window. What they found was a devastating scene of empty space. When Jack had stepped onto the plywood, his weight, combined with the shifting corn below, had caused the grain bridge to give way. The rumbling sound was the sound of thousands of pounds of corn suddenly shifting and pulling the plywood down. Jack lost his footing and was instantly swallowed by the corn. Jeffrey, seeing his friend disappear, desperately reached out to grab him. But as he did, he too lost his balance and fell into the shifting grain. The corn acted like quicksand, pulling both men deep beneath the surface within seconds. They were completely buried under feet of heavy grain, making it impossible to breathe. It took emergency crews nearly 3 hours of grueling work, using heavy bulldozers and cutting equipment to tear open the side of the metal silo to finally drain the corn and locate the bodies of Jack and Jeffrey. Both men had tragically suffocated. It was a shocking reminder of the hidden dangers of agricultural work, a simple inspection turning fatal in a matter of seconds. The entire town was devastated by the loss of their fire chief and a local farmer, and the community held a massive memorial to honor their lives. Now let us travel even further back in time, all the way to December 2nd, 1755. The setting is a cold, dark night on a barren, rocky reef off the southwest coast of England. Rising from this dangerous reef was a famous wooden lighthouse. The reef was notorious for wrecking ships, and the lighthouse was the only thing keeping sailors safe from a watery grave. Living and working on this isolated rock was a 94-year-old man named Henry Hall. Even though he was in his mid-90s, Henry was incredibly strong and active. He worked as a lighthouse keeper, which was a brutal, physically demanding job. There were no modern comforts on this rock. No electricity, no running water, and no easy way to communicate with the mainland. If something went wrong, you were completely on your own. Henry had been doing this job for decades, and he loved the isolation and the sense of purpose it gave him. He is still on record today as the oldest active lighthouse keeper in history. On this particular night, Henry was working with two other lighthouse keepers. But these two younger men had spent the evening drinking heavily. By midnight, they were completely passed out in their bunks, sleeping off the alcohol. Henry, being the responsible and sober keeper, knew it was up to him to handle the night shift. His duty was simple, but exhausting. Every 30 minutes, he had to climb the steep, winding stairs to the very top of the lighthouse into the area known as the lantern room. He had to make sure the light was burning brightly to warn passing ships of the deadly rocks below. Remember, in 1755, there were no light bulbs. The light was produced by dozens of thick tallow candles arranged on a massive metal chandelier, or candelabra, hanging in the center of the room. Above this chandelier was the roof of the lighthouse. To protect the wooden roof from the heat of the candles, the ceiling of the lantern room was covered in a heavy dome made of solid lead. At around 2 in the morning, Henry began his routine climb up the spiral stairs. He had done this thousands of times before. But as he neared the top, he noticed a strange, acrid smell in the air. It was the smell of burning soot. When he stepped into the lantern room, he looked up. He saw that the candles were burning, but the underside of the lead dome above them was smoldering. Over the years, a thick layer of black soot from the candle smoke had caked itself onto the lead dome. This soot was now catching fire, glowing red and releasing thick clouds of dark smoke. Henry realized he had to act fast before the fire spread to the wooden structure of the lighthouse. He decided to open one of the large glass windows of the lantern room to let the smoke escape. But this was a terrible mistake. Opening the window created a powerful draft. The cold ocean air rushed into the room, creating a vacuum effect. The sudden influx of fresh oxygen acted like gasoline on the smoldering soot. The ceiling instantly erupted into a raging inferno. The wood behind the lead dome caught fire, and the entire top of the lighthouse was suddenly engulfed in flames. Henry ran down the stairs to the bunk room. He grabbed his two colleagues and shook them violently, screaming that the lighthouse was on fire. But the men were so deeply drunk that they barely stirred. Realizing he was on his own, Henry ran back up the stairs to fight the fire. A few feet below the lantern room, there was a small outdoor balcony that wrapped around the outside of the lighthouse. Henry stepped out onto this balcony. Right above him, the wooden roof was burning fiercely, and the lead dome was starting to melt from the intense heat. On the balcony, there were several large wooden buckets filled with collected rainwater. Henry began grabbing these buckets and throwing the water up onto the burning roof. It was exhausting work for a man of any age, let alone a 94-year-old. The heat was blistering, and the smoke was thick and choking. Soon, his two coworkers, finally waking up and realizing the danger, came running up the stairs. They joined Henry on the balcony, grabbing buckets and throwing water onto the flames. At one point, Henry stepped closer to the edge of the balcony, directly underneath the burning roof. He lifted a heavy bucket of water, looked up at the melting dome, and threw the water with all his remaining strength. As he did, he felt a sudden, sharp, blinding pain rip through his body. The pain seemed to settle deep inside his stomach, burning like a hot coal. He stumbled backward, gasping for air. He looked at his colleagues in shock. They looked back at him and gasped. They could see smoke rising from Henry's clothes. He was on fire. His colleagues immediately grabbed their buckets and doused Henry with water, putting out the flames on his jacket. Henry was in agony, clutching his stomach and screaming that he was burning inside. Realizing the fire was out of control, Henry yelled to the others that they had to abandon the lighthouse. The three men scrambled down the stairs, ran out onto the rocky reef, and hid inside a wet stone cave near the water's edge. They huddled there in the dark, watching as the lighthouse burned to the ground. All through the night, Henry lay in the cave, groaning in pain. He insisted that his stomach was burning from the inside. His colleagues tried to comfort him, assuming he was just suffering from external burns and smoke inhalation. The next morning, a passing ship spotted the ruined lighthouse and rescued the three men. They were brought back to the mainland of England, and Henry was taken to his home. A doctor was called to examine him. Let us talk about Dr. Edward Spry. He was the local physician in Plymouth who was called to examine Henry Hall. When Dr. Spry arrived at Henry's home, he found the 94-year-old man in terrible shape. Henry had significant burns on his skin, but his main complaint was this unbearable, heavy, burning sensation deep inside his stomach. Henry looked the doctor in the eye and told him something that sounded completely insane. Henry said that while he was looking up at the burning ceiling of the lighthouse, a stream of molten lead had dripped down from the melting dome and gone straight down his throat. Dr. Spry did not believe him. At the time, medical science dictated that swallowing molten lead would cause instant death. The heat would immediately destroy the esophagus and cause the throat to swell shut, suffocating the person in seconds. The fact that Henry was still alive, breathing, and talking 12 days after the fire made the story seem physically impossible. Dr. Spry assumed that the elderly man was simply confused or hallucinating due to the extreme trauma of the fire and the inhalation of toxic smoke. He figured the pain in Henry's stomach was just a severe internal reaction to the hot gases he had breathed in. But after Henry died, Dr. Spry knew he had to perform an autopsy to find out the truth. He began the procedure, carefully examining the external burns. Everything seemed consistent with a standard fire injury. But when he cut open the abdomen and opened the stomach, he was met with a sight that made him freeze. Inside the stomach cavity was a solid, heavy piece of gray metal. Dr. Spry reached in and pulled it out. It was a flat, oval-shaped lump of solid lead. He weighed it, and it was over 7 ounces. It was nearly 4 inches long. It had literally shaped itself to the inside of Henry's stomach before cooling and hardening. This was an unbelievable medical discovery. Dr. Spry wrote a detailed scientific paper describing the case and sent it to the Royal Society in London, which was the most prestigious scientific institution in the world. But when the members of the Royal Society read the paper, they flatly rejected it. They wrote back to Dr. Spry, accusing him of making up the entire story to gain fame. They said it was a physical impossibility for a human being to survive for 12 days with a massive chunk of lead in their stomach. Dr. Spry was furious. He knew what he had seen, and he was determined to prove his critics wrong. To do this, he decided to conduct a series of controversial scientific experiments. He obtained several dogs, and under controlled conditions, he melted lead and poured it down their throats. He observed that the animals did not die instantly. Instead, they survived for several days with the solidified lead in their stomachs, proving that the human body could indeed survive such an extreme trauma for a period of time. When Dr. Spry sent the results of these experiments and the physical lead specimen to the Royal Society, they finally had to admit he was telling the truth. The piece of lead was preserved, and it became one of the most famous medical anomalies in history. Today, that actual piece of lead is still on display at the National Museum of Scotland. These 3 stories, separated by decades and centuries, show us how fragile human life really is. Whether it is deep beneath the ocean, inside a quiet farm building in Indiana, or on a rocky reef off the coast of England, a single split-second event can completely rewrite a person's fate. In each of these cases, the people involved were just doing their jobs, living their ordinary lives, and trying to handle what they thought were routine situations. But the unexpected physics of their environments turned those moments into unforgettable tragedies. It is a sobering thought. We go about our daily routines assuming we are safe, that we understand how the world works, and that the tools and systems we rely on will protect us. But sometimes a tiny detail is missed. A gauge is misread. A surface shifts. A single drop of liquid metal falls from the ceiling. And in those moments, the boundary between a normal day and a historical tragedy completely vanishes. We are left with the stories of those who survived, the lessons learned from those who did not, and the quiet, haunting questions that linger long after the smoke has cleared. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. On the morning of the 4th of August, 1998, a 49-year-old woman named Charlotte Waits was rushing around her kitchen in Lynette, Alabama. She reached past her husband, Barry, who was busy washing the last of the breakfast dishes at the sink, and she grabbed a clean coffee mug from the cupboard. It was a Tuesday morning, and just like any other Tuesday, they were both getting ready for what they knew would be busy days at work. Charlotte was a well-respected school administrator for the local district, and Barry was the acting mayor of their small town, a tight-knit community of about 9,000 people where everyone seemed to know everyone else. As Barry dried his hands and left the sink to go grab his briefcase from the dining room table, Charlotte, who was pouring herself a cup of coffee, reminded him about her schedule. She had a hair appointment later that morning, and she also wanted to let him know she'd probably be home later than usual. The reason was she had a difficult meeting with her attorneys that afternoon. You see, Charlotte was unfortunately in the middle of a tense and complicated legal battle. The battle was with her own cousin, a man named Wayne, and it was all over the inheritance from her late uncle's will. The uncle had been quite successful and had left a lot of valuable land directly to Charlotte. But her cousin Wayne believed that he deserved a piece of that land too. So he was formally contesting the will, and today was the day that Charlotte, Wayne, and their respective lawyers were all scheduled to meet and try to hash things out once and for all. Barry turned to Charlotte and asked if she had decided what she was going to say at this meeting. Had she made up her mind about what to do? Charlotte just shook her head and said no, she was still thinking it over. She knew deep down she didn't want to just give up the land her uncle had specifically left to her. But at the same time, she hated the idea of tearing her family apart over money. It just wasn't worth it to her. Barry walked over to where she was standing, and he put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. He told her that whatever happened, no matter what she decided, the family would get through it together. He gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, grabbed his briefcase, and then he left for work. Once Barry was out the door, Charlotte finished her coffee and left the kitchen. She walked up the stairs and knocked gently on the bedroom door of her 17-year-old daughter, Kara. As soon as her knuckles rapped against the wood, Charlotte heard a low groan from inside the room. She opened the door, just a crack, and peered inside. She found Kara curled up in bed, looking very tired and very pale. Charlotte knew this wasn't just a case of a teenager trying to get out of going to school. The reason Kara looked and sounded the way she did was because she was pregnant and she was dealing with some pretty severe morning sickness. Now, to be honest, Charlotte was not at all thrilled about her 17-year-old daughter being pregnant. But what made it even worse for her was that she absolutely could not stand Kara's boyfriend, a young man named Dave Reed. In Charlotte's eyes, Dave was nothing but trouble. He drank too much, he was constantly getting into minor scrapes with the law, and he was just not the kind of person Charlotte wanted her daughter to be with. At one point, before Kara was pregnant, Charlotte and Barry had actually forbidden her from seeing Dave. They had laid down the law and told her you cannot date him anymore. But in secret, the two teenagers had continued to see each other. And now, Kara was pregnant. So, Charlotte couldn't help but feel a deep sense of disappointment in her daughter's choices. But she also knew, more than ever, that her daughter was going to need a lot of support from her, not just to finish high school, but also to navigate the challenges of being a teen mom. So, for the time being, Charlotte was just trying to keep the peace. With that in mind, she stepped into the bedroom and softly asked Kara how she was feeling. Kara just kind of shrugged from under the covers and said she was okay, just a little nauseous. Charlotte was sympathetic and nodded. She walked around the room, tidying up a little bit as she spoke. Then she reminded Kara that her older sister, Heather, was coming home from college that night. She said it would be really nice if they could all have dinner together as a family. Kara told her that she did have a babysitting job that would take up most of the day, but she promised she would be home in time for dinner. Charlotte was pleased to hear that. She told Kara she would see her later that night, said goodbye, and then explained that she had to get going to work herself. So Charlotte left the bedroom, went back downstairs, grabbed her purse from the entryway table, and headed out through the garage to her car. Later that same morning, around 11:30, Charlotte's car was driving back down her quiet residential street, heading toward her house. She lived in a respectable, upper-middle-class neighborhood where pretty much all the neighbors knew each other by name. Historically, crime had been very low in the area. Although it was true that recently there had been a string of robberies nearby, which had put some of the residents on edge. But for the most part, Charlotte and her family always felt safe in their home. Charlotte was having a pretty hectic day. She'd had a very busy morning at work, then she'd gone to the salon for her scheduled haircut, and pretty soon she needed to get back to the office for a few more hours before her big afternoon meeting with her cousin Wayne and all the lawyers. The thing was, Charlotte never really liked how her hair looked immediately after leaving the salon. She always felt it was a bit too styled. So she wanted to make a quick stop at her house to restyle it herself before heading back to work to finish up her day. She pulled her car into the garage, got out, and ran inside the house. She went straight upstairs to the master bathroom. And just as she was plugging in her blow dryer, she heard a door open downstairs. The sound surprised her. She thought Kara was already off at her babysitting job, and Barry almost never came home for his lunch break. So she set the blow dryer down on the counter and went to go see who it was. A few hours later, around 4:30 in the afternoon, Charlotte's 21-year-old daughter Heather pulled her car up to the house. She had just arrived from her college, which was located a few towns away, and she was really excited to see her parents and her sister when they all got home from work that night. But as Heather parked her car in the driveway, she noticed something a little odd. She saw that the main garage door was wide open, and her mom's car was parked inside. This surprised her because when she had spoken to her mom on the phone the day before, Charlotte had specifically said she probably wouldn't be home until around 6 o'clock that evening. But Heather didn't think too much of it. She just figured her mom's plans had changed. So she grabbed her laundry hamper and a couple of big grocery bags filled with her belongings out of the back seat of her car. Then, as she walked into the garage to make her way into the house, she saw that the interior door, the one that led from the garage into the kitchen, was already open, but just a crack. This was also kind of strange. There was no real reason for that door to be left ajar. And so now, sensing that maybe something was a little bit off, Heather walked up to the door and slowly pushed it open. She called out for her mother, asking what she was doing home so early. But there was no answer. The house was completely silent. Heather stepped into the kitchen and set down her hamper and the bags on the floor. Then she began walking through the first floor of the house, trying to figure out where her mom was. She couldn't hear her, she couldn't see her. She walked from the kitchen, through the dining room, and as she rounded the corner into the main foyer, she saw her. Her mom was lying at the foot of the stairs, completely motionless. Heather immediately ran to her mom's side and grabbed her, trying to see if she was okay. But when she touched her mom's leg, it was ice cold to the touch. In a panic, Heather ran into the living room, snatched the phone from its cradle, and dialed 911. A few minutes later, Lieutenant Richard Carter of the Lynette Police Department sped down Charlotte's residential street with his lights flashing and his siren blaring. He was responding to a 911 call about a woman who had been found unresponsive. He had been very surprised when the dispatcher had told him whose house this woman had been found inside of. It was the home of the town's acting mayor, Barry Waits. As he pulled up in front of the home, he saw a young woman come running out the front door crying hysterically. Lieutenant Carter stopped his patrol car, got out, and he intercepted the young woman, who immediately begged him to come inside and help her mom. Carter and the young woman rushed over to the house together. He told her to stay outside on the porch while he went in to investigate. And she did. She stayed out front, just quietly weeping to herself, while Lieutenant Carter stepped through the front door. And right away, just inside the foyer, he saw what appeared to be a middle-aged woman lying on her back at the bottom of a staircase. She was completely still. Nearby, the contents of a woman's purse were strewn all across the floor. Carter immediately knelt down beside the woman and felt for a pulse on her neck, but there was nothing. So, Carter stood back up and just took a moment to assess the scene. The first thing he noticed was that there was a bit of foam at the corner of the woman's mouth. This made him wonder if maybe she had suffered a seizure or some sort of severe allergic reaction at the top of the stairs. Maybe she had lost her balance and fallen, and the fall had killed her. But then he also noticed that there were a few distinct drops of blood on the front of her blouse. And when he looked closer at her face, he saw that there were very obvious scratch marks on her chin and also a dark red mark that went all the way around her neck. And in that moment, he realized this woman had likely not just fallen down the stairs. It looked like she had been attacked, beaten, and potentially strangled to death. Later that day, around 5 o'clock in the evening, Lieutenant Richard Carter was carefully sorting through a pile of dirty laundry on the floor of Charlotte Waits' laundry room. For the past half an hour, he and his team had been scouring the crime scene for any possible clues, and now he was holding 2 white towels that were dotted with reddish-brown spots. They looked like blood that had just begun to dry. He called over a forensics officer and told him to bag the towels as evidence. He couldn't be sure yet that the blood even belonged to Charlotte, but if it did, it could be a very important clue. After searching the entire house, Carter actually had a pretty strong theory about what had happened to Charlotte. There were no signs of forced entry anywhere. The television and other valuables were all still in their proper places. Charlotte's purse had been dumped out on the floor just a few feet away from the stairs, but all of her cash and her credit cards were still inside her wallet. So Carter did not think this was a simple robbery gone wrong. He thought that maybe the killer had just dumped out the purse at the very end to try to make it seem like a robbery, but it was a very weak attempt. This did not look like a robbery at all. What this seemed like, at least to Carter at this point, was that Charlotte had been intentionally killed by somebody that she knew. But just then, Carter heard a commotion coming from near the front door. He went to go see what was going on, and he saw a man out on the doorstep who was literally being physically held back by 2 of his forensics officers. After a second, Carter recognized who it was. It was the town's mayor, Barry Waits, the victim's husband. The officers were trying to keep him outside to prevent him from seeing the scene, but Barry pushed right past them. And right away, he saw what they were trying to keep him from seeing. He saw his wife's body lying there on the floor, obviously dead. And when Barry saw that, he just froze in place and began to hyperventilate. At this point, Carter didn't try to force Barry back outside. Instead, he gently grabbed Barry's arm and led him into the next room. He sat him down on the couch and just tried to get him to calm down, but it was like he couldn't catch his breath. Barry was gasping for air and was really struggling to breathe. Then he actually doubled over and clutched at his chest. Carter thought for a second that he might be having a heart attack. So, instead of trying to talk to him, he just yelled for somebody to call an ambulance. Later that same night, around 8 o'clock, Lieutenant Carter stepped into the lobby of the local hospital's emergency department. He showed his badge to the nurse at the front desk and then asked if he could see Barry Waits. But the nurse told him he would have to wait. They were still running tests on Barry, and he couldn't have any visitors until they were absolutely sure that he was stable. Carter was pretty disappointed to hear this, not because he was desperate to get in there and console the grieving mayor. It was because he needed to talk to the mayor. As the spouse of a potential murder victim, he needed to know what Barry knew as soon as possible. So, he turned to leave. But before he did, he noticed 2 young women sitting in the waiting room. One of them was Barry and Charlotte's daughter, Heather. Carter and Heather had spoken for a few minutes back at the house earlier that day, when she was the one who came running out and directed him inside. They had talked a little bit, but Carter thought to himself, you know what? If I can't talk to Barry right now, maybe I can talk to Heather. Maybe she's calmed down enough that we could have a real conversation. And so, he walked over to her. As Carter approached, Heather looked up, and she definitely recognized who he was. She sort of gave off body language that it was okay for him to come and sit down. And so Carter walked over and sat down next to her. He saw that there was another girl, a teenager, sitting next to Heather. Heather quickly turned and pointed to her and said that this was her younger sister, Kara. Lieutenant Carter nodded and introduced himself to Kara. Then he asked both of them how their dad was doing. Heather explained that so far, the doctors believed he was not having a heart attack, that it was most likely a severe panic attack. But they were going to monitor him overnight just to be sure. Both of the girls seemed incredibly upset. They had tears in their eyes, and they both appeared to be in a state of shock. They hadn't really done anything suspicious, but Carter knew he couldn't just rule them out as suspects yet. He had to ask them some pointed questions. So he took out his notebook, and as delicately as he could, he began asking them what they knew. By this point, Carter's officers had already learned that Charlotte had left her work around 11 o'clock that morning. It wasn't until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon that her coworkers had called her house because she hadn't come back to the office. They said there was no answer. And so that meant the murder had likely taken place sometime between 11 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. With that timeline in mind, Carter asked Heather and Kara where they had been during that specific window of time. Kara told him that she had been babysitting all day, and Heather said she had been at her college, which was 30 miles away, until around 4 o'clock that afternoon, when she had left to drive to her parents' house. At some point, Carter asked both of them if they had any idea if there was someone out there who might have had a grudge against their mother or who might have wanted to hurt her. The girls immediately shook their heads and said, "Absolutely not. There was no one. Their mom was wonderful and everybody seemed to like her." They insisted they were just a happy, normal family with no major issues that they knew of. Carter jotted all of this down in his notebook, and his plan was to check out the daughters' alibis as soon as he got back to the station. The next day, Lieutenant Carter was at the precinct, debriefing with the other investigators who were assigned to Charlotte's case. He had listened to the local news on the radio while he was driving to work that morning. And since Charlotte was the acting mayor's wife, her murder was all anybody in town could talk about. Carter was really feeling a lot of pressure to solve this case quickly. By this point, he had already followed up on Heather and Kara's alibis, and they had both checked out completely. Neither of the daughters could have been at the house between 11 and 1, so Carter had officially ruled them out as suspects. Now, the other officers were going around the room, basically updating Carter on what they had done the night before. And Carter was admittedly a little frustrated to hear that after they had questioned all of Charlotte's neighbors and her coworkers right after they had gotten to the scene, none of that had led to any new suspects. Another point of frustration was that the one person who likely would be able to help them the most, at least at this early stage in the investigation, was the acting mayor, Barry, Charlotte's husband, but he was still in the hospital and was not being allowed to speak to the police. But just as Carter and the other officers were sort of scratching their heads, wondering what their next move was going to be, the front door of the precinct opened. And who walked in but Barry Waits himself? A few minutes later, Lieutenant Carter and Barry were sitting in Carter's office. Barry said he had just been released from the hospital. They had determined that his heart was fine and that he had indeed just had a severe panic attack. So, as soon as he was out of the hospital, he had come right over to the police station to see what he could do to help with the investigation. Carter asked Barry to walk him through what he had done the previous day, the day that Charlotte was killed. Barry said that on top of being the acting mayor, he was also the head of the local National Guard armory, and he had been attending to business at the armory all day. He did say that he had left at some point to get a haircut, maybe mid-morning, but the barbershop had been closed, so he had gone right back to work. And he had stayed there until around 4:30, when he got a panicked phone call from his daughter Heather, telling him their mom was unresponsive in the house. As Barry spoke, Carter was primarily just looking at Barry's hands and his arms. He was looking for any scratches or cuts or bruises. The running theory, based on what they had seen at the crime scene, was that Charlotte had put up a fight against her attacker before she was killed. And so presumably there should be wounds of some kind on the attacker, most likely on their hands and arms. But as Carter stared at Barry, he could see no visible injuries at all. And also, Barry's story seemed very linear, very simple, and he seemed very earnest about it and eager to help. So Carter couldn't just jump to conclusions and assume that Barry was telling the truth and that he wasn't a suspect. But Carter's first impression was that Barry was being honest. At some point, Carter shifted the conversation and asked Barry if he had any idea who might have wanted to hurt his wife. And Barry said yes, he did. He said there were actually 2 people who would definitely benefit from Charlotte being dead. He explained that the first person was a guy named Dave Reed, who was their daughter Kara's boyfriend. He said that he and Charlotte had tried to stop Kara from seeing this guy because he was a bad influence, but the teens had kept sneaking around, and eventually Dave had gotten Kara pregnant. So Barry wondered if maybe Dave had gone over to the house to sort of confront Charlotte, to maybe demand to be able to see Kara, and things had gotten out of hand. Carter grabbed a pen and he wrote down Dave's full name. Then he asked about the second person who had been a problem for Charlotte. Barry explained that his wife and her cousin, Wayne, were in the middle of this contentious dispute over an inheritance. In fact, he said, Charlotte had been scheduled to meet with Wayne and their attorneys on the very same day that she was killed. And when he heard this, Carter sat up straight in his chair. He thought to himself that the timing here could not possibly be a coincidence. The cousin was suddenly his top suspect. The following day, Carter walked into an interrogation room at the Lynette police station, and he sat down across the table from two people, Wayne Rice and his attorney. When Carter had called Wayne to set up this meeting, Wayne had responded by saying he would not say a single word without his lawyer present. And this had immediately made Carter pretty suspicious. During that very brief phone call, Carter had never even suggested to Wayne that he was a suspect in his cousin's murder. So when Carter sat down with Wayne and his lawyer, he leaned right in and started to grill him. He wanted to know what was going on with this inheritance. Wayne said he knew that his contesting their uncle's will had caused a lot of problems within the family, but he swore that he hadn't wished any harm on Charlotte. In fact, he claimed she had been his best ally at the time of her death. Carter asked him to explain what he meant by that. Wayne said that the last time he spoke to Charlotte, she seemed to be in favor of giving him some of the land that their uncle had left to her. According to Wayne, Charlotte had said she was really upset about the family being torn apart over money, and she felt like keeping all the land for herself just wasn't worth the conflict. And when Carter heard this, he was pretty surprised. Barry had made it sound like Charlotte had no intention of giving up the land to Wayne, like that wasn't even an option on the table. So Carter wondered if anything Wayne was saying here was even true. He asked Wayne for his alibi, and Wayne said he had literally been at work all day at an aluminum processing plant just outside of town. He said he hadn't even left for lunch that day, which was something he typically did. He insisted he was at work, truly, all day. And then he also gave Carter the names of several of his coworkers who could confirm his whereabouts. Before Carter let Wayne go, he asked him if he could take his fingerprints. Wayne immediately looked over at his attorney. His attorney gave him a slight nod. And so Wayne looked back at Carter and said, okay. Later that same day, Carter sat down with the other suspect on his list, Kara's boyfriend, Dave. Dave was very moody and standoffish. He just seemed kind of annoyed that he was even there. When Carter asked him if he knew why he had been called to the station in the first place, Dave just kind of sighed and said, yeah, I do. He had heard about what happened to Kara's mother, and he knew that given his contentious relationship with her and her husband, that of course he was going to be viewed as a suspect, which to him was completely absurd. Carter just asked Dave point blank about his relationship with Kara's parents. Dave admitted that, yeah, they definitely didn't like him. But Dave insisted he would never hurt Charlotte or Barry for that matter. And he hadn't even been in town the day that she was killed. He had been at work all day, at a landscaping job miles away. Carter asked for the names of some of Dave's coworkers to verify his alibi, and he also asked him to provide his fingerprints. Dave sort of rolled his eyes and said, "You're wasting your time," but he agreed to do it just because he wanted to clear his name. A couple of weeks later, in the middle of August, Lieutenant Carter sat at his desk, flipping through Charlotte's autopsy report, which he had just received from the medical examiner. And he realized that Charlotte's murder had been even more brutal than he had initially thought. It turned out the murder weapon had been Charlotte's own blouse. Her killer had grabbed the two long strings that were dangling from her neckline and had used them to strangle her to death. She had also received a pretty serious head injury that could have been fatal on its own, and she also had a broken wrist. This level of violence made Carter feel even more sure that this murder had to have been personal. But as he read deeper into the report, the physical evidence seemed to paint a different picture. There were 3 sets of fingerprints that had been found at the crime scene. 2 of them belonged to Barry and Kara, which was not a surprise at all because they lived in the house. But the 3rd set of prints was unidentified. And it wasn't a match for any of the suspects on Carter's radar, including Kara's boyfriend Dave and Charlotte's cousin Wayne. So, at this point, Lieutenant Carter just felt kind of stuck. To make matters worse, Barry, Wayne, and Dave's alibis had all checked out as well. So, truly, his list of suspects was basically down to 0. If Charlotte had been killed by someone she knew, which was still the initial running theory, Carter was going to have to dig even harder to find out who it was. In October of 1998, a couple of months after Charlotte Waits was killed, Lieutenant Carter walked into the Lynette Police Precinct right as the desk sergeant was hanging up the phone. The sergeant stopped Carter and told him they had just gotten yet another call on the Charlotte Waits tip line. And before the sergeant even explained what the caller had said, Carter felt a sense of dread building in the pit of his stomach. Ever since the police had set up this tip line for information on Charlotte's murder, it had been flooded with calls basically every single day. But rather than all these tips helping with the case, the tip line had actually just slowed the investigation down. Carter and his team had to take valuable time to follow up on every single one of these leads, even though most of them were just rumors and wild conspiracy theories. By this point, from all these tips, they'd looked into a young man who lived on the same street as Charlotte and who had a history of robbing houses, but he had an airtight alibi. They had also investigated another local man who had strangled his girlfriend in a way that was similar to how Charlotte was attacked, but he also had an alibi. Carter had even driven all the way to Georgia to investigate a tip that a small-time criminal had bragged at a party about killing Charlotte, only to find out that this criminal had an alibi too, and that the tipster had made the whole story up just to get him in trouble. Adding to the confusion, their fingerprint expert had told Carter that the third unidentified set of prints found at the scene could possibly belong to a child, and so it might be totally unrelated to the murder. So now, as Carter looked over at the desk sergeant who was getting ready to tell him about whatever call he had just had, Carter just braced himself for more bad news, because all these tip calls were basically bad news. And when the desk sergeant spoke, it was indeed more bad news. The sergeant said this call wasn't even a tip at all. A local woman had just called in to complain about the lack of progress in the investigation. As difficult as it was for Carter to hear that now, in addition to all the pressure he was feeling that locals were literally spamming the hotline just to complain about him, he also understood their frustration. He was feeling just as upset as everybody else in town. But after running into nothing but dead ends, he was completely out of ideas. And he had a sinking feeling in his gut that unless something major changed soon, this case, unfortunately, was going to go cold. Fast forward about 3 years to one morning in 2001. On this day, Lieutenant Carter was working at his desk when he heard a familiar sound. The precinct's tip line was ringing yet again. After that initial wave of tips on the Charlotte Waits case, the investigation had completely stalled out for a couple of years. It was basically cold. Carter had ultimately been reassigned to other cases, and Charlotte's family had just sort of been forced to move on without any sort of closure. Kara had her baby, and Heather had graduated from college and was working a real job. And Barry had also basically moved on with his life. He had gotten remarried and was still very much involved in local politics. In fact, just the previous year, he had run for a term on the city council. However, during that election cycle, Barry's opponent had publicly accused him of killing his wife Charlotte. And even though he had no actual evidence to support his accusation, aside from the bizarre fact that he had a dream about it, all the media attention from these accusations had totally reinvigorated the case. And calls had once again begun flowing into the tip line. However, just like before, the vast majority of these tips were just wild theories and local gossip. But on that particular day, when the desk sergeant who manned the tip line opened up Carter's office door, Carter looked up and saw that the sergeant was visibly excited. Whatever he had just heard on the tip line actually mattered. And before Carter could even ask him what he had heard, the desk sergeant said he had just spoken to 2 tipsters who clearly had some real information that they wanted to share, information that was going to blow this case wide open. Based on that crucial tip, the forensic evidence and new witness testimony, this is what police believe actually happened to Charlotte Waits on the 4th of August, 1998. Around 11:30 in the morning, the killer pulled up outside of Charlotte's house, and right away, they recognized Charlotte's car parked in the garage. When they saw it, their heart raced with a mix of excitement and anxiety because they hadn't been sure that she would even be home. But clearly, the killer had arrived at just the right time. So they parked their car at the end of the driveway, they walked up into the open garage, and they went over to the interior door that led into the house. They tried the handle and found that it was unlocked. So they opened it up. The killer stepped inside the kitchen, and right away they heard footsteps on the second floor. They knew it had to be Charlotte. There was nobody else home at this time of day. The killer quietly closed the door behind them. They went around to the stairs that led to the second floor, and up they went. And right as the killer reached the second floor hallway, Charlotte came out of the bathroom and saw them standing there. Charlotte was definitely very surprised to see them. The killer immediately just asked her a question, point blank. And when she answered the question, it was not what the killer wanted to hear. So, the killer tried to get her to change her mind to answer this question differently. But the conversation quickly escalated into a full-blown argument. And then, the killer just totally lost their temper and hit Charlotte hard across the face. Blood immediately began pouring from Charlotte's nose. Stunned, she just stepped back and went back into the bathroom to grab a towel to blot her face with it. At this point, the killer knew they had crossed a line. Persuading Charlotte to do what they wanted was now clearly out of the question. This was a point of no return. So, as Charlotte came out of the bathroom with a towel pressed to her face, looking totally shaken up, the killer walked up and grabbed her from behind. They clutched the long strings that were hanging from the neckline of her blouse, and they pulled them tight around her neck. Charlotte began gasping for breath and trying to fight them off, but the killer had her in an unbreakable chokehold. And then finally, when Charlotte had lost enough oxygen that she stopped struggling, the killer let go of the strings and then kicked her down the staircase. When the killer saw what they had done, when they saw Charlotte at the base of the stairs, motionless and very likely dead, the reality of what had just happened finally hit them. In a panic, they grabbed the bloody towel that Charlotte had dropped on the floor. They rushed down the stairs and quickly cleaned up the rest of the blood on Charlotte's face, and then they dumped the towels in the laundry room. Then, they grabbed Charlotte's purse off a nearby table and scattered its contents on the floor near her body, hoping the police would think this was just a robbery gone wrong. And then after that, they fled the house, got back in their car, and hurried back to work at the National Guard Armory before anyone even noticed they were gone. The killer was Lynette, Alabama's mayor and Charlotte's own husband, Barry Waits. Barry had secretly gotten himself into a lot of debt, and he needed the full inheritance from Charlotte's uncle to pay it all off. And so when Barry went to his own home in the middle of the day and confronted Charlotte, asking her, "What do you plan to do at this meeting with Wayne? Are you going to give him some of this inheritance?" And she told him that yes, her plan was to settle and split the inheritance. Well, when Barry heard that, he snapped. He killed his wife. Not just because he was mad at her for her decision, but also because he desperately needed more money. He was thinking, okay, I'm only going to get half of this inheritance because she's giving the other half to Wayne. But if I kill her, I'll also get her life insurance policy, and then together I'll have enough to pay off my debts. However, when the insurance company went to pay out the claim, because Barry was clearly a suspect in his wife's murder early on in the investigation, the company refused to pay him the money. Instead, they paid the insurance money directly to their daughters, Heather and Cara. But a couple of years later, Barry still tried to get his hands on that money by tricking his own daughters into signing it over to him. But when Heather and Cara realized what he was doing, they finally saw their father for what he truly was. And so, it was the daughters who were the tipsters who broke this case wide open. They told Lieutenant Carter everything they knew about their dad's very suspicious behavior, along with his clear financial motives for the murder. They also said that their father had intimidated them into hiding information from the police and had even called in fake tips himself to redirect attention away from him. Barry Waits was arrested in February of 2006, and 9 months later, he was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to 40 years in prison. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya.
In October of 2014, a 35-year-old woman, who we will call Olivia, was going about her normal day in Western New York. It was a crisp, cool autumn day, the kind of day where the leaves are turning vibrant shades of orange and red, and there is a slight chill in the air. Olivia had planned a simple, quiet day, but she was looking forward to one specific event. She was going to meet her husband for lunch at a local restaurant. They had not seen much of each other during the busy work week, so they wanted to sit down, catch up, and enjoy a nice meal together. When they arrived at the restaurant, they were greeted by the warm aroma of fresh food, and they were seated at a comfortable table in the corner. Originally, they had not planned to stay at this restaurant for very long. They figured they would grab a quick bite, chat for maybe 45 minutes, and then get back to their respective schedules. But as they started talking, they realized how much they had missed each other's company. The conversation flowed effortlessly, and they found themselves laughing and sharing stories about their week. One thing led to another, and before they knew it, the hours were just flying by. They ordered some appetizers, which included a large basket of warm, freshly baked bread. They ate the bread with butter, enjoying every bite. Then they ordered their main courses, which consisted of large plates of pasta covered in rich, heavy sauces. They talked through the entire meal, and when they finished, they decided they were having such a good time that they did not want it to end just yet. So they ordered some cakes and other desserts, along with some coffee. By the time they finally looked at their watches, they were absolutely shocked to see that it was 6 p.m. They had been sitting at that restaurant for 6 hours. Over those 6 hours, both Olivia and her husband had consumed a massive amount of food. They had eaten multiple baskets of bread, heavy pasta dishes, and sweet cakes. Along with all of this food, they had also ordered some alcoholic drinks. However, because both of them knew they had to drive home afterward, they were extremely careful about how much they drank. Olivia made sure to pace herself very strictly. Over the entire 6-hour period, she only had 4 alcoholic drinks. Since she had spread those 4 drinks out over such a long time, she knew she would be completely sober and safe to drive. Her husband was equally cautious, limiting his own drinking to make sure he was well under the legal limit. After they got the check and paid for their large meal, they walked out to the parking lot. The sun had already gone down, and it was dark outside. They said their goodbyes, gave each other a hug, and hopped into their respective cars to begin the drive home. As Olivia was driving down the dark roads of Western New York, navigating the familiar turns, she suddenly heard a loud, jarring pop from the front of her car. The steering wheel violently jerked in her hands, and the vehicle began to pull heavily to the right. She immediately realized that she had gotten a flat tire. Olivia kept her cool, slowly steering her car off to the side of the road and pulled over onto the shoulder. She put the car in park, turned on her hazard lights, and pulled her phone out of her purse. She called roadside assistance to report the flat tire and asked for a tow truck or a mechanic to come out and help her change it. As she was waiting inside her warm car, she decided to step outside for a moment to look at the damage. The air was cold, and she stood near the front passenger side tire, which was completely flat and resting on the rim. At this exact moment, another motorist happened to drive past her on the dark road. This driver saw Olivia standing outside her car with a severely deflated tire. In the darkness, the driver completely misunderstood the situation. They did not see a woman waiting for roadside assistance. They thought she had just been in a major car accident and might be in shock or injured. Concerned for her safety, the passing motorist decided to call the police and report that a woman had been in an accident on the side of the road. A few minutes later, a police car pulled up behind Olivia's vehicle. The flashing red and blue lights illuminated the dark road. 2 police officers got out of their cruiser and walked up to Olivia. They asked her if she was okay and if she had been involved in an accident. Olivia smiled, trying to reassure them, and said that she was totally fine. She explained that she had simply gotten a flat tire and was just waiting for roadside assistance to arrive. She thanked them for stopping to check on her. But as the officers stood there listening to her speak, they began to notice some classic signs of intoxication. They saw that her eyes looked glassy and glazed over, which is a common indicator of alcohol consumption. Furthermore, as she was speaking to them, they could have sworn she was slurring her words and speaking a bit slower than normal. This made the officers highly suspicious. They looked at her and asked if she had been drinking tonight. Olivia, wanting to be honest, told them that yes, she had had a few drinks, But she quickly explained that she had only consumed 4 drinks over the course of a 6-hour lunch, and she insisted that she did not feel drunk at all. She told them her flat tire had nothing to do with her drinking, and she was completely sober. The police officers, however, were not buying her story. Her physical appearance and the way she was speaking did not match her claim of being sober. They decided to put her through a series of field sobriety tests. They had her step away from her car and perform several physical tasks. They had her walk in a straight line, placing her heel to her toe, turn around, and walk back. They had her stand on one leg while counting out loud. They also did the eye test, where she had to follow a pen with her eyes without moving her head. Olivia managed to complete the tests, but she struggled with them just enough to send up some major red flags for the officers. At this point, they were convinced she was impaired, so they pulled out a breathalyzer device and asked her to blow into it. A breathalyzer is a small handheld tool that measures the amount of alcohol in a person's system by analyzing their breath, giving a reading of their blood alcohol content, or BAC. In the United States, the legal limit for operating a motor vehicle is 0.08%. To give you an idea of what that means, if a typical 160-pound woman were to drink about 3 or 4 alcoholic beverages in a single hour, her BAC would likely rise to right around that 0.08 limit. If that same woman were to consume 8 drinks in an hour, her BAC would spike to 0.20%. At that level, she would be incredibly drunk, unable to function, and would likely be suffering from alcohol poisoning, eventually losing consciousness. And if she were to drink 13 alcoholic drinks in an hour, her BAC would jump all the way up to a lethal 0.40%, which is a level where a person is at risk of dying from alcohol toxicity. Olivia was completely confident when she took the breathalyzer. She knew she had only had 4 drinks over 6 hours, which meant her body should have easily processed the alcohol, leaving her well below the legal limit of 0.08%. She blew into the tube and waited for the device to register her level. When the numbers appeared on the screen, the police officers stared at it in complete shock. They looked at each other, then back at the screen, and then at Olivia. The device read a staggering 0.33%. This was an impossibly high number. At a 0.33% BAC, a normal human being should be slipping into unconsciousness or actively dying. Yet here was Olivia, standing on the side of the road, speaking to them, and appearing only slightly buzzed. The officers immediately assumed that their breathalyzer machine must be broken or malfunctioning. It was the only logical explanation. So they walked back to their patrol car, grabbed a completely different breathalyzer device, and brought it over. They had Olivia blow into the second machine, but when the second reading popped up, the result was exactly the same. She blew a 0.33% BAC once again. The officers were completely mystified by how this woman could have such an extreme, superhuman tolerance to alcohol. But regardless of their confusion, they had to follow the law. They charged her with driving while intoxicated, placed her under arrest, and decided to transport her straight to the local hospital so medical professionals could intervene and monitor her safety, given how dangerously high her alcohol levels were. When she arrived at the hospital, doctors immediately admitted her and began running blood tests. But as the hours rolled by, the mystery only grew deeper. A full 24 hours passed, during which Olivia was kept in a hospital room with absolutely no access to alcohol. Yet, when doctors tested her blood again, her blood alcohol content was still incredibly high. It made absolutely no sense. How could someone who had not consumed a single drop of alcohol in 24 hours still have a massive amount of alcohol in their system? The doctors were completely baffled, and they began running a series of specialized medical tests to figure out what was happening inside her body. It was during this extensive medical investigation that they made a shocking discovery. It turned out that Olivia had an incredibly rare and bizarre medical condition known as autobrewery syndrome. In simple terms, this condition meant that her digestive system had a unique imbalance of yeast and fungi that literally acted like a brewery. When Olivia consumed carbohydrates or glucose, such as the bread, pasta, and cakes she had eaten during her 6-hour lunch, her digestive system would ferment those sugars and turn them directly into pure alcohol inside her body. Olivia had been completely unaware of this condition her entire life. She had developed an incredibly high tolerance to alcohol over the years because her body was essentially brewing its own alcohol all the time, making her constantly drunk without her even realizing it. She was not a heavy drinker, but because she ate normal carbohydrates like bread and pasta, her body was constantly producing its own supply of alcohol. The doctors explained that if this condition is left untreated, it can cause the exact same severe organ damage, liver failure, and cognitive issues as chronic heavy alcoholism. The only way to treat autobrewery syndrome is to make a drastic, permanent change in diet. Once Olivia's medical diagnosis was officially confirmed and made public to the court, the prosecutors realized she had no idea she was impaired and had not willingly consumed that much alcohol, so they dropped all the charges against her. Olivia was incredibly relieved, and she immediately made the decision to completely eliminate carbohydrates from her diet, resolving to never eat bread or pasta again to keep her body from brewing alcohol. Now, let us move on to our second story, which takes us back in time to the year 1887. In Paris, France, there was a 35-year-old man named Robert Ladru. Robert was an exceptionally talented detective working for the Parisian police force. He had a brilliant mind for details, an incredible ability to read people, and a logical approach to solving crimes that made him famous throughout the country. He was so skilled that whenever police departments in other towns and cities across France encountered a case that they simply could not solve, they would write letters to the headquarters in Paris and beg for Robert to be sent to help them. He was essentially the ultimate detective, a man who could see the tiny details that everyone else missed. In the spring of 1887, a peaceful, small coastal town in northern France was facing a terrifying mystery. Over the course of several months, a number of local sailors had suddenly gone missing. They would go out for walks or head down to the docks at night, and they would never return. No bodies were found, no signs of struggles were discovered, and the local police force had absolutely no leads or suspects. The townspeople were growing increasingly panicked, and the local authorities were completely out of their depth. So, they reached out to Paris and requested the assistance of Robert Ladru. Robert accepted the assignment and began the long journey from Paris to the northern coast. Traveling in those days was slow and tiring, and by the time Robert finally arrived in the small coastal town, it was extremely late at night. The streets were pitch black, and the cool ocean breeze was blowing through the empty town. Robert was completely exhausted from his travels, so he decided that he would not begin his investigation that night. Instead, he went straight to a local hotel, checked into his room, and went to bed, falling into a deep and heavy sleep. The next morning, Robert woke up feeling refreshed and ready to work. He got dressed, gathered his notebook, and walked down to the local police station to meet with the chief of police and the other officers he would be working with on the missing sailors case. But when he walked into the station, he noticed that the atmosphere was chaotic and tense. The officers were running around, talking in hushed, panicked voices, and there was a sense of urgency in the air. Robert walked up to the chief of police, who looked incredibly tired and stressed. The chief apologized to Robert and delivered some shocking news. He explained that the case of the missing sailors had suddenly been lowered in priority. The reason was that during the night, a brutal murder had been committed right on the town's local beach. This was the first murder the quiet town had seen in years, and the entire police force had to be mobilized to investigate it immediately. The chief told Robert that he was deeply sorry for bringing him all the way from Paris for the missing sailors case only to change plans, but then he asked Robert if he would be willing to help them investigate this fresh beach murder instead. Robert, being a dedicated lawman, did not hesitate. He told the chief that he would be honored to assist them in any way he could. The chief began to share the details of the crime. The victim was a middle-aged man named Andre Monet. Andre was a well-respected man who owned a successful and popular dress shop in Paris. He had recently decided to retire or take a break from the busy city life, so he had bought a home in this quiet coastal town to relax and enjoy the beautiful ocean views. But early that morning, a local resident walking along the beach had spotted a body lying in the sand. It was Andre. The police had rushed to the scene and conducted an initial examination of the body. They determined that Andre had been killed by a single gunshot wound to the chest. The bullet had traveled with intense force, passing clean through his body and exiting out his back. But the problem was, the police had not been able to find the bullet anywhere in the surrounding sand. They had no suspects, no leads, and no obvious motive. The officers were able to rule out robbery almost immediately because when they searched Andre's clothing, they found that his wallet, his money, and all of his expensive jewelry were still completely intact on his person. Whoever had killed Andre had not done it for money. Robert, the chief of police, and several local officers left the station and walked down to the beach to examine the crime scene. The beach was a wide stretch of soft sand, bordered by a steep stone wall and a set of wooden stairs that led up to the main coastal road. The local officers immediately went to work near the spot where Andre's body had been found, dropping to their knees to sift through the sand, desperately searching for the missing bullet that had passed through the victim. Robert, however, decided to take a different path. He knew that the immediate area around a body is often contaminated by first responders, so he walked a short distance down the beach, keeping his eyes glued to the ground, looking for any subtle clues that others might have overlooked. After walking just a little ways away from the main scene, Robert stopped in his tracks. In the soft, damp sand, he noticed a set of footprints. They were barely visible, but they were definitely there. As Robert followed the footprints with his eyes, he saw that they came from the direction of the town, passed directly by the spot where Andre's body had been found, and then continued past the crime scene toward the wooden stairs. The prints went up the stairs and then disappeared completely once they hit the hard pavement of the road. Robert called the other officers over and showed them the footprints. He instructed them to immediately make plaster casts of the prints so they could preserve the evidence and analyze them. Making a plaster cast is a standard forensic technique. The officers would mix liquid plaster in a bucket, carefully pour it into the impressions in the sand, and then wait for it to dry and harden. Once dry, they would pull the hardened plaster out, and it would give them a perfect three-dimensional replica of the exact shape and size of the shoe or foot that had made the print. While the officers were busy preparing the plaster, Robert stood over the prints, staring at them with a look of deep concentration. One of the officers noticed his expression and asked him what he was thinking. Robert replied that the footprints looked incredibly odd to him. He said they felt strangely familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before, but he simply could not place where or when he had seen them. Less than an hour later, the plaster had dried completely. The officers carefully pried the casts out of the sand, brushed away the loose dirt, and handed them to Robert. The moment Robert's hands touched the plaster casts and he looked down at the shapes, his body physically reacted. He gasped, his face was completely pale, and a look of absolute horror and disappointment washed over him. He did not say a single word to the officers standing around him. He simply turned around, holding the plaster casts tightly against his chest, and walked away. He walked down the beach to a highly secluded, rocky area where no one could see him. He sat down on a cold rock and placed the plaster casts in front of him. And then he just sat there. He sat there for hours and hours, completely motionless, staring intently at the white plaster shapes. The hours ticked by and the hot afternoon sun blazed down on him, but he did not seem to feel the heat. The tide began to turn, and the ocean water started to rapidly creep up the beach, splashing against the rocks near his feet, but he did not move a muscle. He was completely lost in his own mind, staring at the plaster. The local officers watched him from a distance, utterly mystified by his behavior. They did not know what to make of this legendary Parisian detective sitting alone on the rocks for hours. But because of his massive reputation as a genius, they did not dare to interrupt him or ask him what he was doing. They simply assumed he was engaging in some highly advanced detective method that was far beyond their understanding. Finally, as the afternoon was beginning to fade, Robert stood up. He picked up the plaster casts, walked back over to the waiting officers, and looked them in the eyes. He told them that there was no reason to stay at the beach any longer, and there was no need to interview any more witnesses because he believed he had solved the case. But, once again, instead of elaborating or explaining his theory, he simply turned around, walked up the wooden stairs, and headed back to his hotel. The local officers looked at each other, completely baffled, and shrugged their shoulders. Having nothing left to do, they packed up their equipment and returned to the station. Early the next morning, one of the officers searching the beach finally found the bullet that had killed Andre Monet. It was buried deep in the sand near the crime scene. When Robert arrived at the beach later that morning to meet with the police, the chief of police walked up to him with a look of excitement and handed him the bullet, believing this would be the final piece of evidence Robert needed to arrest the killer. Robert took the small metal bullet, looked at it closely, and let out a deep, heavy sigh. He looked at the chief of police with tears in his eyes and said that now he knew for sure what had happened. He then proceeded to describe the murder in vivid, precise detail. Robert told the officers that on the night of the crime, the killer had woken up in the middle of the night in his hotel room. The killer had gotten out of bed, put on his clothes, and walked out into the dark night, heading straight down to the beach. While walking along the shore, the killer encountered Andre Monet, who was also out for a late-night walk. The two men had a friendly conversation at first, but at some point a sudden and intense argument broke out between them. In a moment of anger, the killer pulled out his revolver, shot Andre directly in the chest, and then quickly fled the scene, walking back up the stairs to his room. The chief of police was amazed by this detailed reconstruction and asked Robert how he could possibly know all of this. Robert looked at him and said that he knew because he was the killer. He had killed Andre Monet. But he explained that he did not do it on purpose, and he had absolutely no memory of doing it because he had been sleepwalking. Robert explained that when he looked at the plaster casts of the footprints on the beach, he realized why they looked so familiar. The cast showed that whoever had made those prints was missing a toe. And, as it happened, Robert himself was missing a toe. The footprints in the sand matched his own feet perfectly. Furthermore, when he had woken up in his hotel room that morning, before he even knew a murder had occurred, he had noticed that his shoes and socks next to his bed were damp and covered in wet sand. He had thought it was strange at the time, but he was in a hurry to get to the police station, so he had ignored it. After spending hours staring at the casts on the beach, he had gone back to his hotel room and checked his personal revolver, which he kept hidden under his pillow. He always kept the gun fully loaded, but when he checked it, he was horrified to find that one bullet was missing. He spent the entire night trying to convince himself that it was all just a terrible coincidence, but when the chief of police handed him the bullet found on the beach, all doubt was erased. The bullet was the exact rare type of ammunition that Robert used in his personal gun. He had caught himself. The police were absolutely stunned. They could not believe that their star detective, a man of such high standing, was responsible for this terrible crime. They wondered if Robert was having a mental breakdown or if this was some incredibly elaborate cover-up. To test whether he was actually telling the truth about his sleepwalking, they decided to conduct a scientific experiment. Robert agreed to cooperate fully. The police placed him inside a secure jail cell where he would be monitored 24 hours a day by armed guards. They placed his personal revolver under his pillow, but they loaded it with blank rounds instead of live ammunition. They told him to go to sleep as he normally would. For the first few nights, nothing happened. Robert slept peacefully, and he never reached for the gun. But about a week into the experiment, in the dead of night, the guards watching the cell saw Robert suddenly sit up. He was in a deep trance-like state, his eyes wide open but completely vacant, staring into nothingness. He slowly reached his hand under his pillow, pulled out the revolver, aimed it directly at the guards standing outside his cell, and began firing the blank rounds. This terrifying demonstration completely convinced the police and the medical experts that Robert was telling the absolute truth. He had indeed killed Andre Monet while completely unconscious in a state of sleepwalking. Because he lacked any criminal intent or conscious awareness of his actions, the authorities decided that it would not be right to prosecute him for murder. However, they also recognized that he was incredibly dangerous to the public when he fell asleep. To protect everyone, they made the difficult decision to exile Robert. For the rest of his life, until he passed away in 1937, Robert Ladru was forced to live in complete isolation on a secluded farm far outside of Paris. The only people he ever saw were medical doctors who would visit him to study his condition. But even then, the doctors would only visit during the bright daylight hours, and they always made sure to bring armed bodyguards with them, just in case Robert were to fall asleep. Now, let us move on to our third and final story, which begins on the 18th of December, 1956, with the premiere of a brand new television game show called To Tell the Truth. This show was broadcast on a major American television network and quickly became a massive sensation across the country. The premise of the game show was incredibly simple yet highly entertaining. In each episode, a panel of 4 celebrity judges would be introduced to 3 different contestants. All 3 of these contestants would claim to be the exact same person. This person was always someone remarkable, someone who had achieved something extraordinary, possessed an incredible talent, or lived a highly unusual and fascinating life. While all 3 contestants claimed to be this remarkable person, only one of them was telling the truth. The other 2 contestants were imposters who had been thoroughly briefed on the real person's life, and their job was to lie as convincingly as possible to trick the celebrity judges. During the show, the host would read a brief biography of the real, remarkable person. After the biography was read, the celebrity judges would have a set amount of time to ask all 3 contestants various questions about their background, their career, their achievements, and their personal lives. The judges would listen closely to their answers, trying to spot any lies, hesitation, or inconsistencies. Once the questioning period was over, each of the 4 celebrity judges would cast a vote for the contestant they believed was telling the truth. After the votes were tallied, the host of the show would look at the contestants and say the famous line, "Will the real person please stand up?" The true individual would then stand up, the audience would erupt in thunderous applause, and the imposters would smile and congratulate them. The show was incredibly popular, and it ran for decades, producing thousands of episodes that were watched by millions of Americans. For the most part, the episodes were very lighthearted, fun, and predictable. But there was one specific episode that would go down in television history as the absolute most unique, bizarre, and chilling episode ever recorded. Fast forward to October of 1972. On this particular evening, 3 clean-cut, polite men walked out onto the stage and took their places in front of the 4 celebrity judges. All 3 of them wore nice suits, smiled warmly at the audience, and introduced themselves as Ed Edwards. The host of the show then stepped up to his podium and began reading the biography of the real Ed Edwards. The biography was fascinating. The host explained that at one point in his life, Ed Edwards had been a highly dangerous criminal. In fact, he had been so prolific and dangerous that he had earned a spot on the FBI's list of the top 10 most wanted fugitives in America. He had committed multiple armed robberies, impersonated federal officers, and broken out of jail. But then, while serving a long prison sentence, a compassionate prison guard had taken an interest in him and helped him turn his life around. Upon his release from prison 14 years later, Ed had supposedly become a completely reformed man. He had written a successful autobiography, and he had become a popular motivational speaker. He traveled around the country talking to youth groups, civic organizations, and business leaders, teaching people how to identify con men, how to spot criminals, and how to protect themselves from being victims of crime. After this impressive biography was read, the three contestants sat down, and the celebrity judges began asking them questions. The judges asked about his time on the run, his experiences in prison, the process of writing his book, and how he had managed to change his life. All three men answered the questions with confidence, charm, and poise. When the time was up, the celebrity judges cast their votes. Two of the four judges correctly guessed which man was the real Ed Edwards. When the host finally asked the real Ed Edwards to stand up, a man in a neat suit and glasses stood up, smiling warmly. The audience clapped loudly, completely charmed by him. He did not look like an ex-convict or a dangerous fugitive. He looked like an ordinary, friendly, all-American father who lived next door, someone who loved his family and wouldn't hurt a fly. He seemed completely harmless, and the episode ended on a highly positive, inspiring note. After the episode aired, the public eventually forgot about Ed Edwards, and he faded back into ordinary life. But decades later, in 2009, a dark and terrifying truth would finally begin to emerge. Ed Edwards had a daughter named April Blasio. In 2009, April was a 40-year-old woman, but she had spent her entire childhood and adult life plagued by deep suspicion and fear regarding her father. Despite her father's public claims that he was a completely reformed man, a loving father, and a law-abiding citizen, April never believed it. Behind the closed doors of their family home, Ed Edwards was not a warm, charming, motivational speaker. He was an incredibly violent, abusive man with a terrifying temper. He was also a compulsive liar who manipulated everyone around him. During the 1970s and 1980s, when April was just a young girl, her father would suddenly force the entire family to pack up all of their belongings and move to a new town. These moves did not happen with planning or preparation. Often, in the middle of the night, Ed would wake the children up, tell them to grab what they could, throw everything into the car, and drive away to a completely different state. April was always deeply unsettled by this. She assumed that her dad was constantly running from the law or involved in some sort of serious criminal activity. Whenever she or her mother would ask Ed why they had to keep moving so suddenly, Ed always had a quick, convincing explanation. He would tell them that when he was in prison, he had acted as an informant and had snitched on some highly dangerous people. He claimed that those dangerous criminals had finally tracked down where they were living, and so the family had to flee immediately to protect their lives. April knew deep down that her father was lying to her, but as a child, there was nothing she could do. They kept moving from town to town, state to state, never staying in one place for very long. But she could never shake the feeling that her father was hiding a much darker, more sinister secret. Fast forward to 2009. April was now 40 years old, and she was laying in her bed late one night, unable to sleep. Her mind began to wander back to her childhood and the strange, chaotic life her father had forced them to live. She decided that she was finally going to do some investigating of her own. She got out of bed, opened her laptop, and opened a search engine. She decided to start typing in the names of the various small towns where her family had briefly lived during her childhood. She decided she would type the name of a town, followed by phrases like unsolved murder or unsolved mystery, to see if anything had happened in those towns during the exact brief windows of time that her family had lived there. As she began her search, she went through several towns with no results. But then, she typed in the name of a town called Watertown, Wisconsin. Her family had lived there for a very brief period in 1980. When she pressed search, an article popped up that made her stomach drop. The article described an unsolved double homicide that had occurred in Watertown in August of 1980. A young teenage couple had been attending a wedding reception. At some point during the evening, they decided to leave the reception and drive down a quiet, dead-end road to spend some time alone together in their car. While they were sitting in the car, an unknown man had suddenly walked out of the darkness, approached the vehicle, broke inside, and shot both teenagers to death before disappearing into the night. The police had a vague description of the suspect, but they had never been able to solve the case. As April read the details of the crime, she realized that the murder had occurred during the exact small window of time that her family had been living in Watertown. Furthermore, the physical description of the suspect matched her father, Ed Edwards, perfectly. Acting on a strong gut instinct, April called the Watertown Police Department the very next day. She spoke to a detective and explained that she believed her father might be responsible for the 1,980 double murder. She explained that they had lived in the area at the time and that her father fit the physical description of the killer perfectly. She also shared her father's criminal history and his violent nature. The detectives were intrigued by her call. They decided to look into Ed Edwards, who was currently living in Kentucky as an elderly man. They tracked him down and managed to obtain a sample of his DNA. They sent the sample to a laboratory to be compared with the DNA evidence that had been recovered from the crime scene back in 1980. A short time later, the results came back. The DNA was a perfect match. Ed Edwards was indeed the killer. In 2009, police officers arrested Ed Edwards at his home in Kentucky and extradited him to Wisconsin to face charges for the double murder. As soon as Ed was placed in custody and realized that the police had his DNA, his entire demeanor changed. He did not deny the crimes. Instead, he immediately confessed to the murders of the young couple. But then, Ed did something very strange. He asked the prosecutors if he could receive the death penalty for his crimes. He was an elderly, sick man, and he seemed to want the state to execute him. However, the prosecutors explained to him that under Wisconsin law, the maximum punishment for his crimes was life in prison without the possibility of parole. Wisconsin did not have the death penalty. Ed was incredibly frustrated by this news. He did not want to spend the rest of his life rotting in a prison cell. So he decided to use his knowledge of other crimes as a bargaining chip. He reached out to detectives and confessed to another double homicide that he had committed back in 1,977 Inches, Ohio. In that case, he had targeted and murdered another young teenage couple. Ed believed that by confessing to these murders in Ohio, he would be eligible for the death penalty. But through a legal loophole and the specific laws of that state at the time, the prosecutors told him that he was still only facing life in prison. Even more frustrated, Ed decided to play his final card. He revealed a third, highly chilling murder that he had committed in 1996. He confessed that he had murdered his own foster son, a young man named Danny Boy Edwards. Ed had taken the young man in, raised him, and then killed him in cold blood in order to collect a massive double indemnity life insurance policy. Because this murder was committed for financial gain and involved a vulnerable victim, it met the legal criteria for capital punishment. Ed was finally convicted and sentenced to death, just as he had wanted. However, before the state could carry out the execution, Ed Edwards died of natural causes in a prison hospital in 2011 at the age of 77. But the story of Ed Edelum does not end with his death. Since his passing, cold case investigators, journalists, and even members of his own family, including April, have spent years looking into his life. They have realized that Ed Edwards is almost certainly responsible for many more killings beyond the 5 that he officially confessed to. In fact, some investigators have put forward a highly compelling and terrifying theory. They believe that Ed Edwards may actually be the infamous Zodiac Killer, one of the most notorious and elusive serial killers in American history, who terrorized Northern California in the late 1960s and early 1970s, claiming to have killed 37 people. While this theory has never been officially proven, the timelines, geographical locations, and psychological profiles of Ed Edwards and the Zodiac Killer match up in ways that are deeply unsettling. If this theory is indeed true, it means that when Ed Edwards walked out onto the stage of To Tell the Truth in October of 1972, stood in front of the flashing television lights, smiled warmly at the celebrity judges, and answered their questions with charm and confidence, he was not a reformed man at all. He was actively a highly prolific, active serial killer who had already taken the lives of dozens of innocent people. He was hiding his true, monstrous nature in plain sight, using a national television broadcast to show off his ability to lie and manipulate. Ed Edwards stopped confessing to murders after his third confession because he had gotten exactly what he wanted, which was the death penalty. Once he secured that sentence, he went completely silent, refusing to cooperate or share any more details about his past. And now that he is dead, the secrets of his true crimes have been buried with him. Without his cooperation, and with so many decades having passed, it is highly unlikely that investigators will ever be able to connect him to other unsolved cold cases. The families of his potential victims are left with unanswered questions, and we will likely never know the true, horrifying extent of Ed Edwards' reign of terror. These three stories show us that the world is full of strange, dark, and mysterious events that we can barely begin to comprehend. From a woman whose own body brewed alcohol, to a brilliant detective who hunted himself down, to a serial killer who stood smiling on a national television stage, the truth is often far more unbelievable than any fiction we could ever write. We must always remember to look closely at the details of our lives, because sometimes the most shocking revelations are hiding in the things we take for granted. Olivia had no idea that her simple love for bread and pasta was triggering a chemical factory in her stomach. Detective Robert Ladrew spent a lifetime solving the secrets of other people, only to realize his own sleeping body was carrying out a quiet tragedy on a lonely beach. And April Blasio had to grow up in the shadow of a father whose public life was an inspiring story of redemption, while his private life was a trail of blood and deception. These stories leave us with a lingering sense of mystery and a reminder that human behavior is complex, unpredictable, and sometimes deeply haunting. We are left to wonder about the secrets that still remain buried, the mysteries that have never been solved, and the quiet truths that are still waiting in the dark to be discovered. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya.